Good morning. It is now 9:07, Thursday, July 11, 2024, and I am calling to order the meeting of the Los Angeles Probation County Oversight Commission. I am Eduardo Mundo, Chair of the Commission. We have a big meeting today. Very pleased to have Chief Vera Rosa here for the first time in a while, and looking forward to his presentation and being able to dive in a bit deeper into his plans for the department. We are looking forward to the presentation on PREA and thankful to have Director Nathan Martinez here, who has been very supportive in training POC commissioners and staff and helping us understand all the implications of PREA. I want to let you know that we are going to be tabling the item for later on the agenda about substance use programming. We will likely hold a town hall about the topic and we'll be presenting a report on it. But that report, while nearly complete, still needs to be reviewed by some of our partners. I want to extend a very, very warm welcome back to Commissioner Shea Jackson. We've missed you. We are so glad you are rejoining us and look forward to hearing your insight. For many of you, you will note that Commissioner Garcia-Leyes is not here. He has submitted his resignation. I would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank Commissioner Garcia-Leyes for his contributions to the POC as one of its founding members. Over the past 3.5 years, he has always shown up to meetings prepared with tough questions. On a personal note, he challenged me to look at probation from a different perspective, and I find that I've become more understanding and aware of the nuances of probation, and I will truly miss him, and we will all miss him, and we wish the best for him. On that note, we are beginning our recruitment for a new at-large commissioner immediately. Wendy, do you want to say a few words about the recruitment and selection process and then let people know how they can participate today?
Thank you, Chair Mundo. Good morning. And yes, we are going to be opening the commissioner recruitment process very soon, hopefully tomorrow actually is my goal. It involves an application and then submitting, answering some questions and submitting a resume. We invite residents of the County of Los Angeles to apply. The bulletin that will go out with the application describes a few people who are excluded from participation, for example, county employees. You'll have a lot more information if you read the bulletin. But I would like to focus on who we'd like to apply. The Probation Oversight Commission, I think, is an incredible organization because of its commissioners. The 9 commissioners come from distinctly diverse backgrounds in terms of everything about them. And so we encourage people to apply who have direct experience with the justice system, with the probation system in many different ways, including folks who have legal expertise, mental health expertise. We encourage folks who have expertise in LGBTQIA advocacy, anybody who really feels like they want to dedicate a whole lot of time to reforming the probation department. So we look forward to your applications. If you know other people who may not be listening today, please feel free to extend that. I am myself open to having conversations with anyone who is interested in the possibility of applying but wants to know more. You can find my contact information on our website. And then I'll move right into the opener for today.
Wendy, I have a question. Yes. Are we able to reconsider the applicants from last recruitment cycle? There were some pretty good contenders.
Sure, yes. In fact, that's a great idea, Commissioner Jackson, and I will send them like a courtesy copy of the application, which they wouldn't really need to redo. It's basically the same. So yes, great idea. Okay, so as always, the main point of the Probation Oversight Commission is public engagement and participation. We welcome your comments today here live at the meeting. Thank you to all of you who are joining us, as well as those who are joining virtually. If you're listening on YouTube, we still love you, but you can't comment. So if you want to comment and you're participating virtually, you have to join the WebEx, which you can join by connecting via the link on our agenda. The way we're going to do this today is we're going to hold each of the agenda items, and then there will be an opportunity for public comment on that agenda item immediately after and before the commissioners make any decisions. And then at the end of the meeting, we have general public comment for items that are not on the agenda. We may be placing limits on the length of comments for each agenda item. We usually do 2 minutes. It depends on how many people are here. We want to make sure we get to all of our agenda items. If you would prefer to make a comment in writing, you can do so at info@poc.lacounty.gov. info@poc.lacounty.gov. If you get it in by 5 o'clock today, we'll attach it to the agenda through public comment. And we also always share those with the commissioners. I'd like to ask for those of you who are speaking today to please speak directly into the microphone. That really helps the virtual audience to be able to hear better. And for those public commenters, would you please stop speaking when the little dinger beeps so that I don't have to interrupt you? I hate doing that. And if you're here in person, it's very easy. You just stand up and go to the podium. If you're participating on WebEx, you use a little click on the little hand function, the raise your hand function. And if you're calling in, you dial *3 on your phone, and that activates the raise hand feature, and we'll call you by your phone number. I think that's it. Oh, we're broadcasting live to YouTube. It's being recorded, but no engagement with users on YouTube. Buenos días, bienvenidos. Se ha iniciado ya la conferencia por WebEx en YouTube y en persona. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público en nuestra agenda hoy, por favor haga clic en la imagen de la mano y abriremos su micrófono. Si está aquí en persona, podemos proveer traducción, o también en línea proveeremos traducción. Nomás avísenos que lo quiere. Si está llamando por teléfono, nomás presione *3 y le llamaremos por su teléfono cuando sea su turno. Le daremos el doble del tiempo para el tiempo de la traducción. Usted también puede proveer su propio traductor si prefiere. Okay, so I'm going to call the roll now. Commissioner Canales, we are expecting shortly. Commissioner Carrillo is absent. Commissioner Jackson? Here. Commissioner Kakani? Commissioner Lewis? Here. Commissioner Meredith? Commissioner Terry is absent, and Chair Mundo. Chair Mundo, we have quorum, and I will turn this over to you.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the June 13th meeting minutes and the minutes from the June 27th special meeting. Wendy, do we have any written or public comments for item 2?
We do not.
Thank you. If there is no objection to doing these together, can I have a motion to approve 2 sets of minutes?
Motion.
Commissioner Lewis, motion, first and seconded by Commissioner Meredith. Are there any changes to the minutes?
Commissioner Jackson, council is advising me that you're welcome to abstain if you wish. Yeah, totally fine.
Okay, hearing none, commissioners, please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? So we'll vote 1. Okay, so it passes. So the chief is not here, so we are going to move to agenda item number 4. Which is to discuss and take possible action on a motion to request an updated snapshot of the juvenile hall population data mirroring the information provided in the July 27, 2023 data for June 27, 2024. This snapshot provides demographic data and data about the charges for all the youth in juvenile hall for 1 day. Our analysis of this data is crucial for our intake project and for helping the board and the public understand who is detained in the juvenile hall. We have, over the past 2 years, asked for monthly intake data, but the department has been unwilling to provide it. Rather than move forward with a subpoena, we would like to ask for an updated data set and ask you here at this meeting if you would like to be willing to provide it. Since no one is here to answer that, we are going to make a formal request. I would like to ask someone to make a motion to request the updated snapshot.
I'll make a motion requesting the updated data snapshot from updated snapshot of the juvenile hall population data mirroring the information provided in the July 27th, 2023 data set, but for June 27th, 2024. Is that correct?
Is there a second for the motion? Commissioner Meredith and Commissioner Kokani. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Yes.
After 2 years of an outstanding request, why are we not exercising the subpoena power just to get exactly what we need?
I'm so happy you're back. So I think there are two answers to your question. The first thing is the snapshot data we did actually receive. It is not the intake data that we wanted, which was a monthly set of data of all of the youth that are in. That's what has been requested for over 2 years. What we did receive is a one-day snapshot, which gives us a lot of the information that we need. There's some information we cannot glean from that, like, for example, the average length of stay. We could take an average of the length of stay of the kids who are in custody on that day, but that's not a good way to measure what the average length of stay of youth is. It also doesn't include the LA detention screener scores, which many of us have been very interested in over the past years. But the department has been willing to give it to us. And so this is an easier path forward. And we are requesting something that is identical to what was provided in July and in August so that we can compare and see where we are now compared to then. So what you're saying is both true and not true, because we're not, the reason that I would say, I mean, you're welcome to exercise the subpoena power, although it is not on the agenda today. But it could happen that it could be exercised, but the department has been willing to provide this information in the past, and we haven't asked for this information yet. That's a great question. That's a great question.
It would be nice if there was a representative here to give us an idea of the extent of work that entails. I'm not sure if it's just generated from a computer program that they have, or if they actually have to go in and program. So,
I mean, it's also not our doing that they're not here. So I think I would like to amend my motion if possible.
oh, of course.
To ask for that data to be provided prior to the next POC meeting. And if it's not provided by the next Probation Oversight Commission meeting, that we agendize this item with the request, including a subpoena.
So to make it a hard date, do you want it a week before our next meeting or a few days so we have an
I
opportunity?
guess the Friday before the prior meeting, so that if we need to agendize it, that we do so with sufficient time for Brown Act purposes.
I second that motion. Are we able to? Yeah, I second that.
So we're going to go, unless there are no other questions or comments with the commissioners, we'll see if we have any public comment on this or written.
No written public comment on this one. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make public comment? And for those of you online, please use the raise your hand function. I was actually trying to pull up the exact date of that, which I believe is August 2nd. Janae, can you confirm for me that that's the right date? Friday before our next meeting? Yes, August 2nd. Okay, I don't see anyone in the room who wants to make public comment. Do we have any online public comments? We have one commenter. Oh, James Maddox. Good morning, James. We're going to unmute you.
All right. Am I unmuted?
We can hear you. Is there any way to raise the volume in the room? Give me 1 second, James.
Okay, terrific. Or I can just speak louder. And you know that's not a problem.
I know that's not a problem. Usually the speakers are really effective in here, so I'm thinking
Go ahead and use your outside voice.
you can use your outside voice, Mr. Maddox.
Okay. To quote Winston Churchill, I no longer listen to what people say. Rather, I watch what they do. Behavior never lies. And that quote speaks to me with the absence of the chief of the probation and the difficulty that the probation commission, the oversight commission, is having getting the information from probation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. Any other public commenters? Okay, so we can.
So before I ask Wendy for a vote, any other questions or concerns from the commissioners? Okay, Wendy, if you would facilitate the vote.
Okay, please, vote yes, no, or abstain on the motion to request the snapshot as listed in the agenda with the amendment of requesting it by August 2nd, 2024. Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Commissioner Kokani,
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Meredith,
Aye.
and Commissioner Mundo.
Aye,
The motion passes 5-0 with 3 commissioners absent.
thank you. So if you would join us up front, Mr. Martinez. For agenda item 5, we will be discussing and taking possible action on a report from the Los Angeles County Probation Department on its progress with ensuring that all facilities that hold youth are compliant with the Prison Rape Elimination Act, which is known as PREA, standards and trainings. Here to report is, again, Director Nathan Martinez.
Good morning. All right, good morning. As indicated, I am tasked today to present on the department's response to the board regarding PREA compliance status. Currently, do I just, next slide?
Yeah, you can just say it.
So to start off, when we're talking about compliance, it's important to note, as indicated, we have a foundation of compliance that we've been following since my appointment in 2018, August of 2018 or November of 2018. With that, the first year of compliance was actually funded by the county Board of Supervisors, provided contracted services from Just Detention International, who is a health and human rights organization that seeks to end sexual abuse in all forms of detention. They're also subject matter experts in the topic of PREA with a vast network of SMEs or subject matter experts, advocates, and also survivors. For that 1 year from August 2018, we were able to extend it out to December 2019 to address and to assess the department's current or collateral, what we like to call collateral compliance with PREA standards pursuant to the 2012 standards by the government. Sorry. So with that, in anticipation to the expiration of that contract, that was the 1 year contract from provided by Board of Supervisors, we in the department reached out to DOJ OJP, which is the Office of Justice Programs, to write for and get awarded a grant for PREA education and expanding PREA education throughout the department. It was a 2-year grant that we were able to leverage out for 4 years, up to 2023 or 2023, to help us not only expand our educational programs within the institutions to really disseminate information across to multiple populations within the department that are working within or around juveniles within the juvenile facilities, but they also helped us evaluate and develop policies and procedures through this network of service providers, policy makers, and also work collaboratively with National PREA Resource Center and DOJ, Department of Justice, PREA Management Office. So they were also part of a grant TTA provided coaching was Just Detention International as the subject matter experts for this grant. So there was a seamless transition from their expiration of a contracted vendor for the county into the grant management process. So they were our grant coaches. They provided continual training and technical assistance in complying with the PREA standards since the inception of PREA compliance unit. We can go on. So in the report, we talk about PREA compliance in general, right? What is the status? How do we indicate or how do we calculate what compliance is for the department per the standards and the items that are requested? With the PREA standards, there's 51 standards that we have to comply with over 300 substandards that is indicated in the report. In the report, we also indicate that we are about 70% compliant currently at different levels depending on the status. Now, to explain a little bit more in detail of what that means, to calculate the compliance of the department, we utilize tools that are published in the National PREA Resource Center and with our service providers or their consultants that we've contracted with. We utilize the audit guide tools, an auditor workbook, which is a detailed description of how the audit process works for PREA compliance, a pre-audit questionnaire, which is the actual questions that are provided or that are required to be answered prior to an audit, juvenile facility auditor compliance guides, and an audit report template. So we utilize these. It's a 97-page tool, and every step, and it's as detailed as, does the training offer this language? If it's a language-specific training, it orders us to identify the line number and the paragraph that training language is provided in. So just to give you an idea of how detailed some of these auditing guides are that we follow. So in PREA standards, we also have to follow the strategy of the PREA auditors, which is each facility is evaluated on every standard. No standard can be overlooked. All or nothing compliance, which means that regardless of the number of substandards that are required per standard, everything has to be complied with to be able to count that standard as compliant. So it's an all or nothing compliance strategy. And then facility culture impacts compliance. What does that mean? That means not only is it a checkbox for compliance, but the culture of the department has to indicate that they are understanding of the standards requirements, the intent, spirit of the standards themselves. So for instance, the culture within the department of reporting, the culture of understanding what the dynamics of sexual abuse are in the facility setting and with youth, and also for staff also, right? In our unit, we have brought a culture of the 5 elements of compliance. Go ahead. So to be compliant, to consider compliance, we consider these 5 elements as part of the compliance measure when we evaluate our compliance for the department. These 5 elements, of course, policies and procedures are the foundation. Proof of practice is what can we develop to show that we are actually complying with these standards. Training and education is a true foundation principle of the department's strategy for compliance within PREA standards. Physical improvements, we're talking about cameras, blind spots, privacy panels. We'll get into the details of that in the next slides. And then monitoring for sustainability and operational culture, right? It's what it's supposed to look like and how it's supposed to work and how the officers are supposed to respond, how the youth can respond in this overall culture in the department. So in the report, we talk about current compliance status. So what I did is I took a snapshot of anything that was less than 80%, because we have strategies for each one of the standards in the actual report itself. So out of those, 4 of them were less than 80%, which I've identified here. And you'll note that there is certain requirements that we are working on to gain compliance with it. But if one facility is out, it's a 0, it's a fail, right? It's a deficiency, let's say, not a fail, deficiency, because we're working on the actual plans for complying with these areas. And then of course the audit and state compliance isn't applicable until we trigger the federal audits to start, right? So that's 1. So it's technically 3 under 80% currently. But in the meantime, we also have our progress towards compliance. So in my tenure, these are the items that we have been working on and have implemented in some way, shape, or form within the department to address many of the standards and many of the substandards within the department. So you could see some highlighted areas. Of course, the department hired a coordinator. We have training, we have facility compliance managers throughout the facilities, the facility upgrades. We talked about our screening tools, grievance policy changes that we work collaboratively with POC in prior policy updates. So these are just a few items that we have. Next slide. And as part of the grant, if we could have the next slide. Thank you. And as part of the grant, one of the main focuses was expanding education. So these are all the educations that we've actually developed to ensure that we're capturing education for multitude of populations, like I said previously, that interact with the youth within our facilities. So you'll see that we have our general education courses. We're starting to launch out our non-sworn personnel to ensure that every population that enters or is in contact with our youth are trained on how to respond, how to detect, and how to prevent sexual abuse and sexual harassment in these confinement settings. So you'll see the multitude. And part of that also was the development of educational materials, which if when touring the facilities, you'll see an abundance of them. We have zero tolerance signage. We have, you'll see them that they're color coded. Green is for youth rights under zero tolerance for sexual abuse and harassment. We have orange ones for parent and guardian education. We also have pamphlets that are posted on our website, our public website, and the signage is also posted on our public website also. We have first responder education cards, which was actually a request through surveys that we conducted from site inspections with officers to kind of help them navigate first responder processes without having to refer to a policy manual. So there's these education cards with the staff so that they're able to respond quickly and effectively and efficiently to any type of response for sexual abuse or sexual harassment within their units. Opposite gender announcement alerts. You'll see these large triangles as reminders. We call them reminder alerts, right? As part of the PREA standards, opposite gender announcement alerts for modesty announcements are required. We have Rape Crisis Center announcement signage that we've developed in collaboration with some of the Rape Crisis Centers that are posted, and also work collaboratively with the Department for the grievance updates to the grievance signage. In the report, we have 10 next steps. And we use the 10 next steps as there's very significant next steps that are public documents currently. What I wanted to do is show you the highlighted next steps of what are we using. These aren't just next steps in say, or next steps just to write down next steps. There's actually a strategy to some of these next steps. They stack on each other when you read them. So what I've done is I've highlighted 3 next steps out of the 10 items that we've identified in our report, as to give you an idea of what we're doing as part of the PREA compliance strategy and how important these next steps are. The first one we see right now is renew and establish memorandums of agreement with local rape crisis centers to ensure provision of victim support services within juvenile facilities. We have two MOUs currently agreed upon with 2 vendors, with 2 local rape crisis centers that are going through an amendment process because they did kind of expire. We're still working with them, but we're going through an amendment process to include Los Padrinos juvenile hall language and some other information that we're working on actually expanding those services throughout the department. And we've also reached out to additional rape crisis centers and engaged in conversations with them to revisit and re-engage our MOU process that we have delegated authority through the Board of Supervisors to pursue. So that's the first one. So those are steps, those are actionable steps that we're really taking to as part of this process. Strengthening operational investigative policies, procedures, and training in a timely, comprehensive, and equitable completion of investigations. So this is a large-scale project that we're also working on and we're actually working with the National PREA Resource Center to help us develop a sustainable training for investigations that's tailored to our department. Currently, there's gap measures in place to train investigators, but they're not sustainable. They're not tailored. That we rely on a third-party vendor to provide that training, but we wanted to be able to develop something that's personable to the department and that is defines how to document with our documentation internally and our process internally. So that's a current process that we are working with the National PREA Resource Center and Impact Justice to work with to develop, and then collaborate with the Office of Inspector General to establish common terminology and device systems aimed at facilitating seamless audits. Ultimate goal is the audit, right? Audit compliance. OIG has started auditing the Sheriff's Department as part of their processes, and they're developing they are creating a juvenile audit team within the Office of Inspector General. We want to make sure that we are communicating openly with them and developing a strategy. So when they're ready to audit us and when we're ready to get audited, we're able to trigger that audit in an effective manner and communicate quickly and openly with them so that it's a true capture of the audit compliance process. So those are the highlighted areas. I think that is it.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or concern? Mr. Commissioner Meredith?
Take the class, but in the event of a incident, I just want to make sure what the process is reporting. We've got the PREA, and then if there's obviously it's a criminal case, how are we going to forward that through in addition to PREA? Who's I guess the funneling the priorities here?
So truly, it depends on who's receiving the report. So say, for instance, what population is reporting it out? So say, for instance, if it's a visitor volunteer contractor, it's going to be different than somebody who's a mandated reporter. But ultimately, it's investigated through the facility's operations and then referred out to, depending on depending on the actual allegation or the incident that's being reported, it would really depend on what venue it would be investigated under.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm looking for is we had a case years ago that occurred at Camp Scott, and it's been publicized, so it's not an issue, that some of our co-located people there from other departments were aware of it and didn't bring it forth. But when I look at this, when it's brought forth, where are we going to take it for the criminal investigation right away, or how's PREA overlapping on that?
So again, it depends on the level of the allegation, correct? So if it's harassment to abuse, there is a policy in place, and we train JC. We actually helped with the development of JCHS's PREA education that they provide to their service providers on the reporting process for allegations of sexual abuse and sexual harassment. And there's multiple steps to it. So the first one is, of course, the SCAR, so suspected child abuse reporting process, which is through the hotline. There's for youth that are at imminent risk, they're to contact the facility administrator. And from there, if there's a staff involved or an adult involved, it would be referred off to internal affairs for investigation. Or if it's a youth involved, it could be local law enforcement contacted. But we have protocols in place to dictate what the investigation has to be commensurate to the actual allegation itself.
Okay.
Are those written protocols?
Yes.
And are they available to the PLC?
I believe it's a part of our policy manuals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kakani?
Thank you. So as you know, there was a recent incident at Dorothy Kirby where there were allegations of sex abuse, ultimately like grooming and predatory behavior at the hands of a probation officer. So I'm curious what role PREA plays, or you all play, or your unit plays in training the staff kind of after an incident like that occurs, and training or education that might be provided to young people, if you could speak to that.
So we have, so the PREA standards mandate two main points to comprehensive education. The first one is intake education, which is a precursory education. We've developed a PREA pamphlet, educational pamphlet that are provided to youth during the intake admissions process. During the orientation process, they're provided with a comprehensive education, which with the consultants, we developed a script that staff are to read which explains PREA rights, their PREA rights as they relate to zero tolerance, sexual abuse, sexual harassment, identifying those, and then also how to fill out grievances and the grievance process. So it's a script that they read during the orientation process. So that's the comprehensive education. As part of that educational plan, we also have the signage that's around the facilities. We've partnered with like OICR that we're ensuring that their signage is up, their numbers are available. The grievance process signage is up and educated for the youth to be able to pursue, and then also our zero tolerance signage educates too.
So I hear all of that.
Okay.
The script that's being read, the signs that are on the walls. But in this instance, despite all of that, something occurred, or something is alleged to have occurred, right? So I'm asking you if there's anything that occurs following notification of an incident like this. Do your staff come in and provide
Yes.
any sort of training to young people and to staff?
So we actually do is, so there's two components to that part. Luckily, the department has provided some additional resources to us, some staff that have been onboarded this year. We're expanding our retaliation monitoring program, which is another requirement by the PREA standards. And that standard indicates that we have to check in with a youth, a victim, alleged victim, or a youth that's reported an incident on a 90-day basis, and even staff that report, say, another staff on a 90-day basis, to check in with them. We do it periodically. With the staff support that we have now, we're able to do it on a monthly basis, to talk to the youth directly, to educate them on what retaliation is, how they're doing within the facilities. We ask them two main questions. Do you feel safe in your environment? Is anybody retaliating against you? And the definition of what retaliation is.
But you're just speaking directly to the victim. Is that right? Or are you?
Yes,
So you're not, again,
that's the first part.
Okay.
And we're talking about staff also.
well, I'm actually talking about all the young people, right? So sure, there might have been one young person who is the named victim in this incident, but presumably there are other young people, actually not presumably, we know that there are other young people in these facilities who could be victims to this type of predatory behavior. So beyond this script, when you've been notified that something of this nature has occurred, even if it's within the unit, do you educate all of the young people on these issues? Do you educate all of the young people on not just retaliation, but even kind of like what grooming looks like, what predatory behavior looks like, power dynamics, things of that nature? Or is it just targeted towards the alleged victim?
So during intake, we provide that. And during an incident, we provide it to the alleged victim.
But not to the entire unit or to all the young people within a facility?
Not due to the number of cases that we actually, or incidences we review. It's something we could definitely explore on what that impact would be for the unit.
Yeah.
And how we could disseminate that information more frequently. But we do rely on the signage, the educational, their handbooks that they have with them when they're during the orientation process, the pamphlets, where we have notebooks that we provide them for how to respond to, how to file grievances.
I appreciate all of that. It's been a long time, but I was a young person a long time ago, and I'm pretty sure this part hasn't changed where, I don't know, I kind of ignored signs. I ignored handbooks. Maybe someone told me something once. Maybe someone read a script to me, but that's not really the stuff that resonates, right? It's kind of like the ongoing conversation. It's the relationship building. It's the, I don't know, like intentional conversations that actually resonate when we're talking about protecting young people, making sure that they're safe, and also ensuring that staff understand their obligation. Because it's my understanding that, at least in this incident in Dorothy Kirby, it wasn't staff that reported this. It was learned of, kind of connected to an investigation by a group that was created by the chief. So I just, so I think it's also important for continuing conversations to be had with staff as well around what to look for and what their obligation is when these types of things are coming up.
Okay.
Sorry. And then my second question was related to investigations. As part of our jobs as commissioners, we go into facilities and do both announced and unannounced inspections. During our last announced inspection at Los Padrinos, we reviewed the grievances. A couple of grievances were connected to allegations of sex abuse. And then there's also documentation connected to the investigation that's done by staff. And the investigation is so cursory and lacking that it would be shocking if that like met any minimum standards. And the documentation that's included is spoke to individual about whether they spoke to other kids in the unit about whether they had concerns about a particular staff member or whether they saw anything. And then the youth were required to like write something and sign it. And every single young person wrote no and signed it. That was the extent of the investigation. So I don't know if that makes sense, but hopefully I'm being clear about what we saw. So literally, reading a grievance, young person says, this person touched me inappropriately. And then there's an investigation where all of the young people in the unit are spoken to, in theory. And then it's like a one page that says, no, young person signature. And so it didn't feel like a very in-depth investigation. It didn't feel like, again, something that would meet minimum standards. So I don't know if you can just speak a little bit, if this is under your purview, if you can speak to what an investigation looks like or should look like when a young person reports sexual abuse.
So we actually have so to answer that one, because that's a little bit quicker, is supervisors and directors are tasked with doing investigations. So at that level.
Oh, so it's
Depending,
like facilities.
yeah. So depending on the, again, the level of allegation that's being made, because if it's a high enough level of allegation, it'll be automatically submitted to internal affairs for review. Or even referred to local law enforcement for an investigation within the facility, right?
Is there like a rubric or something that determines whether something is high enough or not high enough?
It's in policy.
Okay.
So it's directed in policy. And this investigative process, we do have some tools that we have been providing to the supervisors and directors, and in trying to improve the investigative process within the institutions. As you'll note in the report to the board, that is one of our key next steps, is to expand, and that's something that I highlighted in my presentation, is to not only create the training so staff understand the dynamics of the investigative process that comply with the PREA standards, but also the reporting process as it's dictated within our policy manuals. So it's in policy on how to the requirements for investigations, but that's something we are trying to bolster so that there is more knowledge based on these investigative investigations in general.
I don't have anything else to add, except that I would encourage you to take a look, a much closer look at least what's documented in terms of these investigations, because it is, given what we know, given the culture, given the thousands of legal claims against the probation department, I imagine that you care deeply about this issue. And so my request is that you really take a closer look at the level of investigation that's happening on the ground, because it is, I don't know, it's
And that's why it was important for us to put it as a next step.
yeah,
As a
no, I
major-
appreciate that,
major
because
next
it's
step.
it's
It's well
wildly
documented.
lacking.
It holds ourselves accountable to that process.
Yeah.
So now it's public record, so you know that that's something that we're working on to ensure. It's a major component of PREA compliance, and that's why it's indicated as the next step. Thank you.
Commissioner Jackson.
Forget the rules about sometimes. So it sounds like there's a lot of emphasis on policy, signage, and all that stuff. I think I'm a little bit concerned about the lack of application and sort of practice and seeing how some of these things are at play in the units and within the facilities. And I think when there are actual incidents that are to be investigated and there are real educational opportunities, those should be sort of used, they shouldn't be mishandled. You know what I mean? I haven't been around long enough to know exactly which case she has in point, but I think you should be excited at any opportunity to use like real-time scenario-based training so that people can understand how policy is actually being applied. And for me, that's what seems to be missing. Like how would your proof of practice apply to the questions that Commissioner Kakani has posed?
It would be the documentation.
Okay, see,
Or are you talking about the investigative question, or are you talking about the actual education?
the actual incident, the process that follows that, like how would that apply? Like how would you speak to that?
So there's a number of personnel that are trained in various aspects of that, of the reporting, the post investigative process, and there's parts that we are still developing with our, like I said, in the next steps. And that is our goal, to dive deeper into those areas and to ensure up some of those compliance measures.
There's just not enough proof in the pudding. I think that's part of the problem. Like, we don't know how the training is actually at play in the unit following an incident. You know what I'm saying? It's like we would love to be able to see like how the plans, how the policy is actually activated. And we don't have enough specificity around that. And it makes us wary that your compliance is misrepresented. You know what I mean? It's like the 70%, how close are you guys getting to 75% versus 80%? You know what I mean? We don't know.
Commissioner Meredith?
Connie here, and I come from a different perspective, because obviously I come from a law enforcement perspective of things. I understand the PREA and the administrative part of the reporting. What I'm looking at is, if she's talking about, we got a grievance here, it says sexual abuse or whatever it is, the youth are all brought in to give a statement, and they all sign no. And I'm looking at, and generally on most allegations of sex crimes of any kind, it's investigated by trained investigators that are trained specifically in how to ask those questions. And if it's just handled as a grievance and nope, by the staff at the facility, I would have a concern unless they had that in-depth training. And that's kind of where I was looking at earlier, is about what do we do when it rises to that level? Even if it goes to internal affairs, have we anybody in internal affairs that have had that specific training, that know how to approach victims? Or, as pointed out, talk to other people within that unit to find out if they're aware, without them being intimidated. I'm just going to sign no, because I don't want retaliation or anything else. Now, recognizing that the majority of our staff are great, hardworking people, we also have an obligation to exonerate when a false allegation is made too, and that would be that way.
So, any other questions? Commissioners?
Sorry, just two follow-up questions. One, is counsel present when young people are interviewed about allegations? And by counsel, I mean like their defense attorney, public defender, alternate public defender, panel attorney.
Currently, no, and it depends on the level of allegation that's being made.
It just feels so vague, right? Because who makes that determination? Is it facility staff? About whether or not an allegation rises to the level?
We have a preliminary incident notification process,
Mhm.
and that's where they would be notified. We also are, like I said, as next steps is re-engaging and building those relationships with victim advocacy support, which is they would be the option to come in and sit with the youth while they get interviewed.
Right. I actually think that there's a real obligation to have their counsel present, right? Because we're talking about a young person potentially making allegations that could implicate staff, that could implicate their case, that could implicate issues of retaliation. So just want to note how important it is that counsel be notified immediately upon the reporting of any sort of physical or sexual violence, and before what sounds like facility staff investigate the issue. And I just, want to +1 to Commissioner Meredith's comments about how problematic it is that we have kind of, again, the issue comes up oftentimes where it's probation kind of investigating probation. That's what you have here, right? You have probation staff, the supervisor is in the unit, right? They also supervise not only the youth, but also the staff who's being accused of having done something. That's a really complicated situation. And obviously there is a culture to protect our own. And so I think it's important that you all look into this process of having kind of independent folks who are trained in this type of investigation actually conducting the investigations when we're talking about,
And I
in
think that
this
goes,
instance,
that goes-
sexual
I'm
violence.
sorry to interrupt, but I think that goes hand in hand also with the board motion. And Chief Epps, I think you can speak on the reforms to the internal affairs our bureau within our department.
Yeah.
And that's something that, as part of the next steps process, is how do we shore up those reporting process and those investigative processes?
Yeah, I guess you see these processes feel decades old and presumably decades outdated. So it's unfortunate that we haven't moved a little quicker to modify them, but hopefully this pushes that forward a little bit.
Deputy Chief Epps.
Well,
Is this on? Oh, the first thing I wanted to raise, I would request if we can put this on the agenda for September. One, to take a look at all of the points raised by the commissioners so that we can respond to what actually exists and what needs to be changed or addressed. The other thing I wanted to address is I think there's two things. So whenever a youth in detention is being questioned in regards to a potential crime, let's take victims off, right? And there may be a new allegation against you. The law requires that anytime there's a custodial investigation that's going to occur, the youth has the benefit of counsel. If they're 17 years old or younger, you have to allow them the opportunity in person, by video, or by phone to have consultation with their counsel. Even if they say, I don't want to talk to an attorney, you still have to make the call to the public defender's office or to their counsel. If their counsel is unavailable, you still call the public defender's office. So whenever that happens in the facility and you may be a suspect, there should be no interrogation without that occurring. So that is the process that is in place. I haven't seen anything where we've had anything contradictory since I've gotten there. I did ask about it and that it be posted in the IDC intake area and that the officer of the day clearly have it written up on the whiteboard that anytime there's a request for that. So I can look into that. I don't think there's been any issues, but I would, like I said, request that we agendize this again so that we can come back and report on the points raised. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chair Mundo, for allowing me to make a point of clarification. While you all can certainly agendize this for a future agenda, the reason we're having this report back today is because of a board motion requiring us to review the PREA report that the department submitted to the board. And we have a report back due with our response to this. So I think we'll have to and should respond with the comments that are brought up today and any other commenters that commissioners make and any comments that POC staff might have on the process, which we will submit to the board as part of our report back. And then we can agendize a future conversation if the department is willing to make any changes to the policy. So I think we can do what you're suggesting, Deputy Chief Epps, but we have a step we have to do in the middle.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lewis.
One is a question, the other is a suggestion. So our entire organization almost that's cleared had to go through PREA training again, even though we had went through it. I know I sat next to Jacob. We did it at Barry J, and I was not listed as cleared, but we hadn't been collecting the documents ourselves. Better record keeping, because even this past week, we got multiple notifications that these people had not been cleared, and we had to provide the documentation showing that they had actually went through the training. And so if that information is not being kept by probation at all facilities, there's clearly some type of gap that needs to be filled here. Because we're now collecting it and have to provide probation with proof that we went through the training when in fact it should be reversed. So better record keeping. And the second thing that I was gonna ask, in alignment with my fellow commissioners, why not, do we need to pass a policy for the Office of Inspector General to do the investigation? Because something as sensitive as this, especially for a person that was convicted as a minor, even if they're now an adult, they should have all of the rights and supports and as such as having either an advocate or an attorney, preferably an attorney, and having an independent body actually investigate this, not just the same governmental agency investigating itself. I don't think there's true transparency, or there can be true transparency there for any organization, not just for probation, for anything. So separate outside entities such as the Inspector General, does that need to be, is it a policy we have to work on passing? Because ultimately, these are children that we're supposed to protect. And so they should have all the protections that adults have. If it happens in an adult facility, what are those protections? And we should double down on those protections for our young people.
Oh, yeah. So I have a follow-up question. So for these sort of next steps that you all have in terms of like strengthening the investigative processes, procedures, trainings, all that stuff, is there going to be any sort of retroactive activity around that, like looking back at cases or, you know, accusations, anything submitted within like a year or something like that to make sure, I mean, it can't be indefinitely. That sounds like it would be a capacity issue with being able to do that. You guys already have backlogging issues to some extent. But is there a component of that?
We could definitely look into it.
I think there should certainly be. I mean, the matter that even Commissioner Kakani has brought to the table, that would be included in that evaluation, just to see how it was handled and to make sure that there's no reason to revisit and resolve it in any other way.
So before we go to public comment, I just wanted to clarify. I heard Commissioner Kakani indicated, but I didn't hear it from you. It is the actual supervisor in the unit or within the institution that does the initial investigation and interview?
Yeah, per policy, yes.
And do they have any real level of training on conducting those types of interviews?
It depends on this. It would depend on the staff. We do have trainings that are available. And like I said, we're trying to shore up that aspect of it to better account for the trainings that are being provided to our supervisors and managers. So it would depend.
So it could be hit or miss. Somebody in Unit L who hasn't had the training could be the initial investigator.
We would have to see. Yeah.
So your LGBTQI plus policy, does it overlap with the regular policy, or can you share what's different in it?
Well, it was, so when we're developing any type of policies that have a nexus to PREA, we try not to develop a PREA specific policy, but a policies that are PREA compliant. So within that policy, PREA was consulted as to the PREA compliance aspects that the standards require to ensure that it's within the standard requirements.
So it's not a different policy.
It's not a different.
It's just, it's the
a
same
compliant
policy.
Yeah.
So the last question I have, grievance policy. How often are the youth that are detained, how often are they reminded about the grievance procedures and the policies?
Per PREA compliance, I know that it's during the comprehensive education portion, but outside of that, I'm not.
So if I've been there a year, the last time I was informed of the policy would have been a year ago.
And I would have to talk to the grievance coordinators to see what that aspect is within their purview.
Wendy, do we have any written or public comment?
I'm looking at Janae. I don't believe we have any written public comment on this item. If you'd like to submit written public comment, please email it to info@poc.lacounty.gov. We'd be happy to share it publicly and with the commissioners. So we are going to take public comment on the issue around the Probation Department's PREA report. If you'd like to make public comment in the room about this item, please approach the podium. If you're online and would like to make public comment, we invite you to raise your hand using the little raise your hand function. If you are on the phone, dial *3. You cannot make public comment on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube, you need to switch over to the WebEx to be able to give public comment. We're going to again, and I think I'm going to keep the timer, Lena. So if you give me a second, I will pull it up, but you can get started.
Just have a quick question. The PowerPoint that you shared was confusing to me, and I was struggling in figuring out which items were out of compliance and which items were leading. The language was confusing. I couldn't tell really where the department is lacking. And I'm curious if PREA is similar to BSCC in that you have like a specified corrective grace period and how long that grace period is, if it exists, to come back into compliance.
So the corrective action process, once the audit procedure is completed, it's a 180-day corrective action process. So that's after the audit is completed. If there is any corrective action items that are required, the department would have 180 days to come compliant within those standards.
I don't see anyone else in the room. We're going to go to online comments. We'll start with Lupe Ross. Welcome back, Ms. Ross.
Hello.
Oh, great. You can begin.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a double standard here. These are still youth. They've been victimized. If this was to have happened to a youth that was out in the community, that's a different standard that's being put out there in the probation department. I don't see any district attorney input or private counsel input as to the investigation portion of this. Is it legal or not? To me, it's not legal. I'm not an attorney, not even a paralegal, but these youths have been victimized and they should be given the right to have their attorney, somebody called immediately before anybody starts questioning them. They have rights. And I just feel that the policy, the way it's written up, the investigation portion of this, it's very biased. To me, it's like a cover up to see what we can protect the probation department from being responsible for. And we have to keep in mind these, even though they committed a crime, they're still victims when they've been molested. And I think we're missing this. They have rights. Contact an attorney. Do not set up double standards for the youth that are incarcerated and the youth that are out in the community that have been molested also. That's all I have to say.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, final thoughts or concerns? Commissioner Lewis?
I'm curious. We talked about where, so it goes to supervisor. What about parents or guardians, the courts, DCFS? Like, are any of those contacted immediately, especially the parent or guardian? Like, or the courts that technically they're held by probation, but the courts have sentenced them to probation. And so are any of those stakeholders notified or involved in any of this, especially parents?
Yes, it's in the policy and it's part of the PIN or preliminary incident notifications process.
So the court would be notified? Commissioner Kokani?
Just one last question. You said that there's 180 days kind of following the audit for the corrective action plan to be implemented. Is that right? Or to come into compliance? So what happens if after 180 days, the department remains out of compliance?
After the 180 days, the policy or the standards mandate that it would be pursuant to the auditor to indicate what the next steps are, or the cycle would repeat itself. The PREA compliance, the measures themselves, and it's stated on in the acts, in the auditing tools and whatnot, it's it's a betterment of policies and procedures. And it's to work in collaboration with the auditors that are coming through as part of the cycle to develop and improve processes and procedures within it. So the audit process itself is the 180-day compliance to the measures, and then to reassess where they stand and what subsection is not being met, and address that subsection with either TTA or other resources.
Then you have another 180 days to
It doesn't
kind of figure
specify,
it out.
it doesn't specify in the legislation
Okay.
specifically that.
So essentially, you could indefinitely be out of compliance with PREA.
I'd have to look at it.
Okay, yeah, that's wildly unfortunate because again, we're talking about like the safety and well-being of young people who the department is charged with caring for. And it seems like we're a far ways from actually, not just like beyond policies and procedures, but from actually ensuring that young folks are safe while they're incarcerated.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yeah, I do have a question. The data that you provided in this compliance report, it seems a bit outdated. It's also a little bit unclear about when it was captured, but maybe it's for 2023. Can you give us a clear idea of what that data actually looks like in real time when it comes to the sexual abuse and harassment statistics? What is that? What's that number between inmate on inmate and staff inmate? Which data? It's in the report that was included as a supporting document for.
Also, this is the standards compliance with the standards themselves. You're talking about the chart?
No, there's an exhibit, right? And it's on
Correct.
page 5 of the report to the Board of Supervisors made in June 12th. Looks like it's cited from the PREA allegation database.
It says table 1.1.
There is no table. I'm sorry. Am I missing something, Millie? There is no table. Yeah. Looks kind of like this. Yeah. Can I? Oh.
That is not the report.
Oh, that's not the board report.
That's not the board report. I don't know what report that is. That's the sheriff's. They're stacked.
That's the sheriff's report.
So it's not,
Right. Is it?
so why would
Yeah.
it be submitted to us?
Because I'm sorry, if we scroll all the way up, there's,
They're probably together.
yeah, they're
on
probably
this
stacked
document.
on this doc. Yeah, it's the sheriff's department.
So is this not relevant to the discussion that we're
Right.
having? Oh, then,
These are the sheriff's numbers.
so what are our numbers?
We could definitely provide that.
It doesn't give us enough information about how many issues have been investigated or ongoing.
Can you start your question again? You were walking.
Oh, it just sounded like he said that they're going to look into it, but I mean, I just think including this gave me the impression that these are valid numbers for us to sort of refer to have a conversation like this, and it's not. So we just like to know what those numbers actually are.
I just want to clarify if I can, and then you can further clarify, Director Martinez. So the board motion was for both the Sheriff's Department and the Probation Department to reply on their compliance with PREA. And on the link that's shared on the agenda, you actually have both documents. So there's the first part of the document is the report back from the Probation Department, and the second part of the document is the report back from the Sheriff's Department about the jails. So you're correct that on the link on our agenda, it has both the probation report that is directly applicable to this item and the Sheriff's report, which is not applicable to this item. Sorry about that.
Okay, so we don't have any numbers to refer to give us an idea of what the allegations, like what that number might be for the department. We do?
We do have it, and we can definitely share that with you.
Yeah, it would have been helpful to have that instead of this, but yeah, we'd like to request that.
I don't want to cut off conversation, but I wanted to make a couple comments about next steps. So pursuant to the board motion, we will be drafting a response to the report that is basically a collection of your comments, commissioners. You're also welcome to share those with me in writing if you have further comments, and we can accept those from the commissioners who are not here. And then we will bring that report to the August meeting for you all to approve. So we'll draft it and bring it because that gives us plenty of time to then submit it to the board after your approval.
Commissioners? So, I'm looking and listening to this, and it all sounds very systemic. How do we cover ourselves? How do we meet requirements that are stated legally? And so then you get an institution, first thing they do is they hire a consulting firm that's going to consult them and advise them how they cover themselves, but not how they really address this in a human way. It's upsetting to me that we don't have somebody that's trained. I would hate somebody to come in to talk to my child who's not trained on the simplest things of how you even enter the room, how you dress, how you prepare your voice. You look at a kid, you may have a young lady who's 13 or a young lady who's 17 or a male who's 13 and 17. It's a different language. And you have to be cognizant of that. Any interview you do as a probation officer, the kid walked in, different approach, depending on the age, the gender. So what I'm really concerned about is that you take our comments, you go back, you huddle up. How do we answer these questions? And you do it in your own little environment. And maybe you contact another consulting group. What I rather see, and what I'm hoping we can do, is have a little ad hoc where you have different perspectives work with you on answering these questions. So when you come back, my colleagues don't have any questions from the human side of it. And so I'm not going to call for an ad hoc today because we have two ad hocs currently out. They're not designed to be prolonged. We like to close those up and kind of tie up some of the loose ends with our ad hoc process, which I would speak about more on item 6. But I think really that we can't go back and just let probation and their little environment iron this out. It's going to need more voices. So that's just my 2 cents.
Wendy, do we really need to form an ad hoc committee? It sounds like we're going to have a report go out, and in that report, we can issue feedback about how we should insert our ideas about how investigations, et cetera, should be.
I agree with you that those are 2 separate things. No need to form an ad hoc committee to do the report back. We will do it as staff and bring it back to the full commission.
Yeah, the ad hoc is more not on the reporting back from here, but as they come back with a more comprehensive report for us and our policies and practices, and hopefully they tied up that gap between the training. So, but unless there's any other comments. Okay. So we're going to go back to item 3. And that is a report from the chief. Perhaps Deputy Chief Epps can just provide some explanation or clarification as to what occurred.
First, I'm sorry for being late. I was not going to be here this morning. I did receive a request to cover. The chief was called away to a meeting, so I'm here available for whatever I can do to assist, but he may be en route if his meeting was done. But as I said, I'm here to assist whatever I can do to help.
Thank you. Commissioners, comments, concerns?
I will say, thanks to my brilliant team over here, there's a link to the chief's presentation that is on the agenda. Also, Ismael and Belinda created some shortcuts of the video of the presentation, which they have figured out a way to show if you want them to do that. I believe you all have seen them. They're available to the public. They're on our agenda. They're also on the board's website. It's up to you whether you find that useful or not.
Commissioners?
Sorry, just to clarify, this would be like a clip of the chief's presentation to the board. How long is the clip?
There's a couple clips.
I think they're a couple minutes each. Is that right, Ismail?
For those that have not seen them, I think it would be useful, especially with this audience that we have in the room. And it may prompt questions from you if you didn't watch his presentation. I know I have a few questions, but he's not here to answer them, so.
Right, I mean, as you know, I always have tons of questions, and so it's wildly frustrating. I mean,
But it's up to you guys if you want to run them.
I mean, I think for the benefit of the folks here who may not have caught the 2-hour conversation that the chief engaged with the Board of Supervisors in, it may be of benefit. And for the folks, the hundreds of folks who are presumably tuning in, my request is that we share that. But I'm so frustrated. And I imagine I'm not the only one, that you have a confirmation. This is an opportunity for the public to essentially engage in a conversation with the chief, the decisions that he's made, the priorities that he's stated, and to not share in advance that he's not going to be here, to have to learn that the morning of. I imagine this meeting didn't come to his attention this morning at 9 a.m. So it's wildly disrespectful. It's infuriating. It's outrageous. It's disrespectful. And I'm really frustrated. But yes, to the video clips, I think that might be helpful.
Okay.
We're going on a hope and a prayer here, but I have lots of faith that it's going to work.
And contract for specific programming that centers around folks of that community. And I hope this is the last presentation in which I'm addressing programming with our partners that we're going to use a multidisciplinary approach. That means is when young people come into our facilities, we're going to focus on assessing them to understand their individual needs. We have to consolidate the population into smaller communities and contract for specific programming that centers around folks of that community. And I hope this is the last presentation in which I'm addressing programming with our partners that really in the future really should be myself and Director Carroll and some other county folks, because they, I'm saying they are better situated. And what has been holding all of this back is having in which they could come in with the program. We are now at a critical point which we can now turn up the heat to bring in more of those programs very quickly.
Campus Kilpatrick has been spoken about as sort of the model. Would you maintain that that's still the goal? Is that something we are looking to either build out or recreate at other locations?
An example of a small community with a specific goal. Every community that we create will have some commonality. They're small, they have programming specific to it. But then depending on the trauma that we're trying to approach, where they are in terms of their release, they'll have different focus. One might be SUD, one might be vocational training, one might be trauma.
You mentioned call-outs. How are we doing on call-outs?
It is still at a level that is unacceptable, embarrassing, me personally. We have tried overstaffing so that if things like that occur and there are call-outs, we still have sufficient staff. There's a call-out culture, and regardless of the reasons, in an agency like this, it's simply not acceptable that the level of call-outs is just something so extraordinary that exists nowhere else that I can't, I can't come before you and say that this is simply at the edges. It may be conversations within union on different types of schedules so that they can have compressed schedules and have 3 days off.
You know, when folks are hired in the department, you know, what is their expectation?
This is one of the areas that bothers me the most. From my perspective, I'm not talking about classifications, I'm just giving my perspective on what probation is and what a probation officer is. There was no such thing as a juvenile adult probation officers. Probation officers deal with families and networks of care. So whether the identified client before you is an adult or a juvenile is largely irrelevant. Because if you're working with juveniles, you're working with their adult family. And if you have an adult client, you're working with the entire family. There is no assignment in which you're a peace officer, and anyone should guarantee you that you will never have to do those things. And I absolutely know the need that we have. And I also know that there's no one else coming in to save the day. It is only the staff that we have that can do it.
I'll be right back.
It's not done.
One thing I did want to raise is the girls' decarceration initiative that I had put forward. We have, according to this, about 46 in the state. And they're scattered among maybe 3 little institutions. So what's our plan to bring them all together to?
I've got a consultant. And by the end of summer, is going to be making recommendations on where
Yeah, we'll get
the young girls so that we could have part of the program, not have them scattered. So that's a paper that's being worked on by outside academic entity to give us very specific.
How soon can that happen? Because it's such a small population.
You give me an opportunity to give you a correct answer on.
Back to. In your response to the decarceration of girls, I heard consolidation, but I didn't hear decarceration. The point is that for any of the women who can be released, whether it's through participation of DA or however we get to that conversation, to your point about partners, all of that is within our control. And so I want to make sure that we're using all of our partners to the best of our ability to ensure that any of our young people are leaving if that is an appropriate option for them. Now, people who really spend a minimal amount of time in the hall. When I look at what that number is, it really calls the question, makes me think we have to rethink whether those should have been there in the first place.
Yes, it is engaged in some additional efforts. You see, and the DA's office and see what we have the onset that we could either eventually release or not accept that isn't really.
legal team, including the certified law students,
Thank
have
you.
waited up to 3 hours.
Before we turn it over to commissioners, I would just like to say thank you to the staff of the POC. It's incredible the things that you're able to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is available on the Board of Supervisors website, the whole, and ours, his whole speech. Commissioner Lewis.
So we started off with Chief talking about the assessment for young people and programming for young people. And one of the things that we addressed previously and just at this board, the Board of Supervisors meeting is again clearances, and that's one of the things. So I want to kind of give you something that happened yesterday that was amazing that people don't know about. In conjunction with the Department of Mental Health, DYD, and probation, credible messengers and the Department of Mental Health therapists ran DBT in all of the units in Berry J together. We got an email from the director of that facility how well it went. It was difficult because all TVs and phones were turned off so everyone could participate. It was a joint effort. It's a success. Here's one of the failures or one of the weaknesses. We didn't have enough credible messengers to deploy 2 to every unit because clearances. And that's one of the issues that was brought up during this public comment during this presentation by the chief. And we have a list of things that it's in your folders to all the commissioners of what's acceptable, and it says acceptable and not acceptable for clearances. I've also heard, and this is not written, that some may not believe of the efficacy or the impact of credible messengers. I believe in front of everyone there's a report from the Pinkerton Foundation of credible messengers programming in other places. Side note, DYD or Cal Wellness would love to be able to put together a trip to go to New Beginnings so that all staff and probation and leadership can see what New Beginnings looks like when it's fully integrated. In terms of the clearances, we did really well yesterday, meaning stakeholders, in a joint effort to provide evidence-based programming with the Department of Mental Health, because here was the piece that was missing. Oftentimes, DMH is not able to get all of the young people to engage. And so using the relationships that have now been built with those credible messengers in those units, you got pretty much 100% engagement. There were a few that didn't want to do it, but in the coming days that'll happen. But still, the lack of clearances is an issue. For everyone that's listening, in the package, one of the things that's attached where it was acceptable. What's interesting, I did the math on this. I agree with 80% of this for clearances, Chief Epps, and the chief is not here. There are 3 that I don't agree with, and those 3 are number 4, which is you can never ever be cleared to be a credible messenger go inside if you ever were convicted of an escape. Walkaways or escape. So imagine 20 years ago when I got arrested for a ticket and I walked away from pitches. It's an escape. It was a ticket for speeding. So I would never be, although my record's expunged. The second one was being convicted of bringing a controlled substance into a secure youth detention facility, which is number 8.
Commissioner Lewis, is there a question?
There's a question here. This is going to decimate half of some of our credible messengers. And if the goal of probation is not to have us in there, this is going to be the cornerstone of that. If we're going to have a real discussion about this, and I get like, people may not believe in this, but I have young people, like we have a solid turnout, and I did tell them like they need to come and speak. But we also have young people that can talk about what it's meant to them, including that one that just came back home yesterday. What it's meant to him to have the support of credible messengers. And I know I can see the frustration, but here's the thing. I've been doing this for 10 years. I have kids from all over the country on the phone waiting to call in so you can hear where they're at with their businesses, where they're at getting married, where they're at. They've gone through this programming, And it still seems to be an issue with some of these things to get people cleared. If we agree to this policy, some of our credible messengers that are having some of the most impact will now be told they can't go back into the facilities. Are we going to, is this a policy, or is there a way for us to work to it? My question is this. Number 4, for escapes, can we eliminate that? Can we change that from, instead of it being? Here's my question. Let me give you my questions.
Well, let me just, it's really not the subject at hand right now.
How is it not the subject at hand?
Sorry, just point of order. Apologies. Commissioner Lewis, very much appreciate your comments. I'm just looking, I think we're on agenda item 2, sorry, 3, and I see that this specific issue is under item 6. So I just want to focus the conversation.
It was also addressed during the global
But every time that word comes up, credible messengers, it feels like it's always going to be on the agenda. And I guess where I'm struggling is that there seems to be a conflict here because you're the head of one of the organizations that provides credible messengers, and these issues are relevant, important, but your hat today is the PLC commissioner, not the ARC director. And I think that that's got to be maintained and frame it from there. I just have a difficult time having ARC conversations, especially with the commissioner who has the opportunity to have offline direct conversations with probation. It's almost like you're using this platform for leverage. And I'm not sure how to deal with that because there's an agenda that we thoughtfully put together we would like to get through. And this would be about the 4th time we've gone through ARC credible messenger issues.
I've never said ARC credible messengers. There are 4 agencies that
I understand that.
credible messengers. So,
and my apologies, you're correct.
So when I say credible messengers, I'm talking about people that go in that have lived experience. I'm not saying ARC. That's not the hat. The hat that I'm wearing today is this hat. The global plan, and when this happened, credible messengers, not just ARC, spoke to the commissioner. But I can wait till item 6, but it's all interwoven. The reason why Barry J is operating as closely as a good facility as it can is because all stakeholders are involved. DMH, credible messengers, probation, other, like, that's how you integrate when you have an entire village. But I'll wait till item number 6 rolls around and address this.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Kakani?
I guess are we just putting questions out there to be answered one day when the chief decides to grace us with his presence?
Commissioner,
or are we?
Deputy
really
Chief
sure
Epps
what's happening right now.
will try to answer questions that she can, and those that she can, she will tell us.
I'm also happy to keep a list of questions that we can submit officially to the chief for response of those questions that, I'll leave that to you to decide which are the questions that you'd rather us refer back to the chief and which you feel like you can answer today.
Okay. I know there was some thought that maybe the chief was on his way from, or potential that he was on his way from the from the Hall of Administration. Do we know if, we don't know. Okay. So I guess my first question, right, is, sorry, wrong thread. So the title of this presentation to the board was BSCC Compliance and Beyond. So we'll start with BSCC Compliance. We learned earlier this week that Los Padrinos is once again out of compliance with the minimum standards. And I would venture to guess that they were actually never in compliance because since the last BSCC meeting, I've been to LP maybe 3 times, and every time I've been there, the programming that's listed on a written document does not align with real life. So it was no shocker when the BSCC randomly decided this last month of June to pull some video footage and learn that what was on written documentation did not comport with video footage. So, and this is not a new issue, right? The OIG has reported for years now that what's on written documentation doesn't comport with video footage related to use of force. The BSCC has also reported in years prior that what's on video footage does not comport with documentation. So we have this issue with real life being one thing and documentation being another. So I don't really see that being addressed in the BSCC compliance portion of this document. So can you tell me a little bit about how, or if we're ever going to get to a place where what's on paper is something that we can trust?
Commissioner, I can tell you that we are working to maintain compliance and we will continue to do so. What we are not in compliance with programming. There was an announced targeted inspection on June 17th. I'm sorry, I don't have my folder. I usually have June 17th and June 18th. In response to our debrief with that, I did request of our team to take a look at the days that were in question, and in addition to take a look at the day prior, June 16th, and the day after June 18th, obviously June 19th, to get a comprehensive look. We're working on the corrective action plan. We have several programs that are on the cusp of being able to come into the facility. As you know, we struggle with space at LP. There's I don't want to say a trailer, more like a modular being used right now for property. We are taking steps to have the property of youth relocated from that trailer to set it up as a place where there can be programming where youth can attend there separately, as well as additional program throughout the facility. I call it like an in the can type thing. So having a series of PowerPoints available when people cancel or when people are late to go ahead and start that. We have a number of youth that have refused several programs. Doing a survey with our youth council and surveying youth to bring in additional programs based on some of the things that we're bringing in are based on previous surveys. So I can simply state that we're going to continue to work towards maintaining and getting that compliance and meeting the cap.
I guess, I don't know what comes to mind. So I was a public defender for a long time, and sometimes when we would ask questions of witnesses, I don't mean to equate this to like a trial, but sometimes we would get answers, and my instinct would be to say objection, non-responsive, and like that's my instinct here, because this isn't even about getting more programming in. This is about the fact that on a calendar you have things written like forward-thinking journals or mobile library or art that are literally made up programs when you go into the unit, and nobody, whether it's the young people or the staff, have any idea what you're talking about. So I guess that's the issue, right? Is that there's it's not just about more programming. It's not just about whether youth are willing to participate. That's not even the issue here. The issue is that we have documentation with like made up things. So I guess that's, and
I think I resent a little bit you saying things are made up. Things get canceled. People don't show up on time. That's not a true statement. And I think it's misrepresenting that. I'm not aware of anything that's made up on the list. If there is something that comes to light for me that something is made up, it will be swiftly addressed. But nothing that I'm aware of on that calendar is made up.
So I'm gonna, again, I've said it now the last two meetings. Again, I think on one single day, there were 8 hours of forward-thinking journals that nobody in the units, the young people nor the staff, had any idea what that was in reference to. And I get that that's a program that was started or supported by Mr. Banuelos, who's no longer with the department, but when not a single young person and not a single staff member has any idea in like 7 different units what that is, or what it's supposed to look like, or whether that's actually programming, that strikes me as made up. Or, again, when we were last there in, I think it was the beginning of June, and there's mobile library written, And nobody knows what mobile library is. And in fact, the young people and the staff say, oh no, the kids only get library when they go to school, not from 6 to 7 when it's noted on the calendar. So that strikes me as a little concerning, and I'm not sure what else to call it. So I guess I'm bringing that to your attention, and I hope that you, can look into that.
We
because-
will look into it. Like I said, the difference between made up, I'll definitely look into it. If that's what I'm being asked to do, we will do that. And I even welcome the POC being present while we begin to look into these things.
Okay, sorry, I just had 2 more questions and I'll pass it to others. There's been a mention of kind of this model, behavioral health model, that may or may not be different from the LA model. Even in the presentation or the piece of the presentation that was shared here, there was a question, I believe, by Lindsay Horvath asking about whether the LA model is something that would be replicated, to which the chief kind of said, it sounded like that it would be like LA model adjacent or something more specific or something more targeted. So I just wondered if there was anything in writing about what type of model it is that the chief is intending to bring to the carceral facilities that we have here in LA. If that's in writing, if there's some, like, I don't know, scientific review, practice, evidence-based, I don't know. Just something a little more concrete, because I've heard it mentioned several times, but I haven't seen anything in writing.
I don't have a copy of the chief's materials,
Okay.
but I will defer that question, but I will, defer that question
Okay.
because I don't know exactly what materials he was bringing.
Fair enough. Okay, and the last question was about the LP advisory group. Who that's, again, that wasn't presented here, but there was some mention during the presentation of an advisory group that would kind of be comprised of, I'm not sure who, but that would bring issues that were arising out of the facility directly to the chief. So I'm just trying to figure out who sits on that group, when it's getting started, and how that interfaces with the Probation Oversight Commission. Sorry.
Policy already in place, or so, because we're getting calls and emails, and I'm not sure what the qualifications are. I'm not sure what the participation level is and what it looks like. So I'm thinking that before starting something, there would be something in writing so there's no confusion.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the LP advisory, there is an application. There is a recruitment flyer. It does lay out the qualifications for that, what needs to be in the application. There is a LP advisory contact, which is Jade Allen with our communications. There's an email where you can submit your application. I believe to date there are 7 applications. There's a series of the info postcards that have been passed out. There are flyers at LP that are posted so that parents or anybody that's coming in for visiting, members of the public. So that has happened. I do know that we are putting a request to put the information to submit your application to others. We just hadn't gotten there. We wanted to see what we were able to get. But like I said, I think there's been 7 applications received in the last 3 weeks, right when this was posted.
So I guess what I'm asking is it going to be willy-nilly once you get these 7 people, or is there a process in place in writing that says it's going to meet this often? The group should be comprised of these people. Is there a grievance policy for somebody who isn't selected? Because we'll be getting a call and then we need something to refer to. So I guess are all the ducks in order for it to get going and to refer to, so people know exactly what and how it's operating?
Yes, there is a written process for the selection criteria, the makeup of the board. There are actually, I don't want to say bylaws, but there's actually bylaws written of what it does, how long you can serve, what are the terms, are they overlapping? So yes, all of that has been prepared. There is not a departmental policy. We chose to use the written guidelines as a temporary departmental order because the LP advisory is the first advisory to launch. There will eventually be advisories at all of the facilities, including our East Camps and Dorothy Kirby. So we refrained from doing an actual policy. We considered it is a temporary departmental order. Those are usually issued when you're not ready to finalize and usually have a sunset timeframe of between 12 and 18 months.
And is that something we have access to?
I can send you all of the documents today when I get back to my office.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson?
Thank you. I think the chief's absence has insulted us all enough. I don't need to sort of rub that in for any reason, but I did want to ask you as an individual, Chief Deputy Epps, how do you feel about being put in a position where you have to bear the brunt of a lot of dead-end questions that only the chief can answer? How do you feel about having to be the face of this?
Man, I feel bad thinking only the chief can answer questions about probation. I think, one, I don't consider any question dead end. I don't consider it being put on the spot. I serve at the discretion of the chief. I'm honored that he chose me as a number 2, that he has confidence in my abilities and my knowledge to answer questions and represent him. Coming into compliance, maintaining compliance, being under DOJ monitoring is no easy task. I wish sometimes I could clone him and get him everywhere that we would hope he could be. But sometimes there are many conversations as leaders of CBOs, as leaders of law enforcement agencies, social services agencies, where you unfortunately can't be everywhere at the same time. I know I might be chopped liver to some, but I'm happy to be here in his stead to take questions, to brief with him on those questions. I know he very much wanted to be here. My last conversation with him last night at 8 o'clock was hey, I won't be at the office tomorrow. I'm doing this. Hey, I'm doing roundtables. So I will plan to be there, but I may not be there. So I know that that was the conversation up to 8 o'clock at night. Oftentimes, and I will just say this, we're not done with our day sometimes. His work on behalf of the department and laying out a vision. I didn't come here lightly. I wasn't selected lightly. He laid out a very clear plan for where he wanted to go, from coming into compliance, sustaining compliance, and moving beyond that in my recruitment. He revisits that often in every conversation. I know his goals are very clear. Some things happen often behind the scenes, and then when they're introduced to the public as a change, some people say, oh, that was stealth, or it was immediate. I assure you, a lot of things that have to happen to be the pillar of the changes that people want to see at LA County Probation are not something that the chief is doing in 1 day or 2 hours. And it often calls for these times like this, when some of those foundational things are being done for what people eventually see in the public.
Well, I do appreciate that, but these are in fact dead-end questions. We don't get the answers that we need to feel like we're actually hearing answers that are substantiating the claims that are being made in the plan. You know, there are questions that even if the chief were if he was here, he may not even be able to answer. He dances around issues a lot, and sometimes we don't get the specific answers that we need. But I do think that you're sort of a placeholder. You're already referring questions back to the chief that he's not here to answer, that were posed by Commissioner Kakani. So I do understand that you are competent enough, capable enough to be here in his stead, but I still think that as an individual who has...
Commissioner Lewis?
So we were talking about the DSS. So you're familiar with the DSS, and for the audience, that's a developmental stage system. Interlaced in that is the LA model, which is, LA model is really, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Epps, it's small group.
Yes.
Meaning you have 10, maybe 15, even 15 is kind of more in each group setting. Am I correct on that?
It's small groups, yes.
Small groups. So that's the LA model. So, but my question is, in the DSS, as well as in the settlement agreement, before we're thinking journaling, are you familiar with who can provide that service? Because for them, as Commissioner Connie said, for our youth and LP not to know what it is or be familiar with it, I'm not saying they have not, but obviously, when kids don't know what a journal is, my question to you is, do you know within both the DSS and the DOJ settlement, who can provide that particular service? Because it's evidence-based DBT and CBI programming.
You know what, Commissioner Lewis, I've read the DSS several times to approve it, just to get familiar with it. But I have read so many things that I would have to say sometimes for me, if it's situational, then I go back and look at it. So I can't tell you, yes, this is exactly what it says.
Great, understood. If it's okay with you, Chair, I'd like to read forward-thinking journaling from the DSS manual.
Sure.
Okay. Forward-thinking journal, interactive journaling series curriculum is a cognitive behavioral series that uses evidence-based strategies to assist youth in making positive changes to their thoughts, feelings, behaviors through levels of intervention, dosage, and engagement with the caseworker, direct care mentors, which are DPOs, credible messengers, Department of Mental Health clinicians, and other community partners applying the information presented in the interactive journals, which you can buy for the public if you want. You can actually order these journals online. The curriculum incorporates cognitive behavioral therapy. The model is behavior change, social learning theory, motivational interviewing techniques, and it goes on the basic. But my point, going back to global, the reason why some of these programs are not being able to run, when we look at Los Padrinos specifically, there's not enough people doing them. Not gonna name no names of who should be there, stand away from that. But my point is, when we talk about the global, look, you need people to be, it's too many kids in LP, first of all. Would you agree, Chief Epps, if you had more people providing just this journal, I'm not even talking about any other program, just the journaling, would more of the young people be able to actually go through these journals and be involved in the programming that are both required by the settlement and that are in the DSS manual? We have more people providing it. Because right now it's just the caseworkers, which are DPOs, and maybe sometime DMH.
I will say what I agree with and sincerely know is that different people engaging in providing services that are rehabilitative intervention prevention is needed for all things that we provide. So we need people doing everything, including journal.
Okay. So more people to be able to provide the services that our young people need. No other questions. Just wanted to clarify LA model. Oh, one other thing, library donation of books or library, the mobile library. Over 5,000 books were donated to Los Padrinos that were hand delivered to every single unit. I don't know where they're at now. It's been documented. So just so you know, like, you know, those books covered the only thing that they didn't have in the books were what are those urban novels. We didn't include it, or the group that brought those in didn't include urban novels because they were not things that were positive in those urban novels. Just wanted to let you know, like that mobile library, for people not to know what it is, 5,000 books being donated, that's a lot of books.
And I have seen when I'm on the units, the parts with the books. So I don't know if that's being defined as the mobile library, but I will certainly get up to speed when I leave. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be today, but I'll know pretty much about those because I'll look into it.
Commissioner Canales.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioner Eduardo. I just wanted to highlight that, you know, going back to the conversations about, you know, with Chief Deputy Epps here and not the chief, I can't even think of his name right now. I apologize. I really thought he was going to be here today, but some of these issues that we are raising today, they've been, if you watch the videos from our past meetings, have been brought up every single meeting. And I understand, I looked up the forward-thinking journals right now, and I'm seeing they come in these sets. And, you know, I guess the idea is to change their thinking of the youth. But also, I think the concern was that for like almost the past year, the calendar has been blocked out. So somebody had to do that. Somebody had to write that in there. And that has been the repetitive question, is who wrote that question there? While you're working on getting this program, something else could have been there in place, because we have also been, I went in with Sarah, we have also been in the facilities where even DMH has blocked out time, and they are never there at that time that's blocked out. So the question is, who is typing in those calendars and signing off on it? And then who is going in to see, did they show up today, and logging it? Because even if you have a vision of getting something in, I mean, you can't just keep the calendar blocked for an entire year waiting for it. And then also another thing that I wanted to bring up was, you did mention you felt offended in the wording, but I know that, there's a lot of things, there's a lot of emotions going on, because these same questions have kept getting asked over and over again, even to where, at times, one of our colleagues was told to like calm down because it seemed aggressive, and that, I think, but it was just the frustration, the frustration of asking the same questions and not getting the answers. And then that's where it comes back to, do you really have any answers? Are you able to give any answers? Because you continue to show up. You are here in every meeting, but yet none of the answers are being, brought forth, even as to who's signing off on these calendars, and not doing the oversight to actually go to those classrooms that they're blocking out. They're signing off on that. And then they're not even following up with any type of oversight to say, to log. Nobody signed in, nobody showed up, no youth are getting programming. That's it. It would be as simple as just having that documentation to show us, you're absolutely right. There's nothing, there's no human beings other than a little square on a piece of paper. I think that's what's trying to be conveyed here. And why it's so important. Because I know, that I have been in there in times, and I've had one youth tell me, the way that I came in a year ago, I'm going to leave this same person. I have learned absolutely nothing, no life skills. I've had youth tell me, I want to do something. I want to do something. I'm more productive with my hands. I've had youth tell me, I'm bored. I've had youth tell me, what we do, you're looking at it right now, me sitting on this couch watching TV or over there playing video games. That's what we do. So, when we as commissioners go in and we hear this, while there is a lot of amazing things that are going on because of the diligence of these programs that are saying, like, we're not going to take no for an answer. We're going to keep going in, and, we're going to keep doing what we can with what we got in the meantime. So I don't, there is positive also when these things are able to happen. And even from some staff, I know there was one staff that was getting the youth out there, working them out, and one staff was teaching cooking, so there is things that are being attempted, but I think until we've developed a streamlined process of finding out how these things are getting on the calendar, who's signing off on it, but not just signing off on it, who's going to the facility, to the room that they're signing off on being blocked out, and then checking, whether there's actual human beings and bodies in there. That's all. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Meredith.
I want to start off with, I've been through 10 chiefs and 22 years of sitting on these commissions, and I'm happy with the last chief that we have you here now for the last 2 years. Unfortunately, all these problems that we're discussing have been building and building and building through all these prior administrations. And having said that, if we have CBOs or vendors or even our own staff who are failing to comply, then we need to hold them accountable. And I know that there has been a lot of filtering going on, and I'm, as I said before, happy with what I call the visionary process of restructuring some of the organization and accountability that's going on. And I just want to point it out, because I'm going to have to leave at 12. We've got a couple of commissioners meeting, so we can't always be here. I know the chief had planned on being here, but I will tell you, the 8th floor summons you. You'll go to the 8th floor first, because that's where the priority is. Like us, we work for the Board of Supervisors too. So my main thing is just pointing out that we do have programs that may be not being worked through, or they're being documented where they're not occurring. We know to hold those people accountable. The chief pointed out in his meeting there with the board that he says, hopefully I'm not going to be here alone in the future. I'll have my other partners here from these different organizations within the county and other places. So I just want to point out that, we're not faulting you per se. It's a process that's 22 years in the making, and I see the change that's coming, but I also understand the conflicts in the scheduling that do occur.
Commissioner Kakani.
Okay, just sorry, I was looking a little closer at this document. So the road to 60 days staffing strategy, I understand that 202 field officers have been deployed. That's kind of like an ongoing process. And then, so separate and apart from that, there will be a reassignment of SEO to Barry J and LP? Or is that part of the 202 field officers?
That's the comprehensive number. So there are continue to be field staff deployed to the facility, including SEO officers.
So when it says reassignment of special enforcement, including K9, AB 109, and contracted K9 to Barry J and LP, that's part of the 202.
I believe, like, again, I didn't freshen up my knowledge, but the 202 is a comprehensive number of who's deployed.
Okay.
So there's an ongoing deployment every 60 days. So that's the number of people. Whatever's available.
Sorry.
I don't know if I answered your question.
I'm just trying to figure out if the SEO folks that are being deployed are part of that 202 or if they're separate. And every time I've gone to the facilities and spoken to young people, they talk about the men in black. And they're very specifically speaking about SEO or special enforcement officers. They talk about the way the SEOs treat them. They talk about the lack of trust. They talk about their kind of invasive tendencies and maybe more like controlling law enforcement, aggressive behavior. And so I would just love a breakdown of the SEOs who are being deployed and to what it, like if they're being in the units, if they're just there as like security staff kind of standing around, because I have also seen SEOs like outside of the school. So it would just be helpful to know, because I'd love to follow up with young people on how that's playing out, because I haven't heard a ton of positive things about the way they interact with young folks. So if we could just get some clarification around that.
I will.
Okay. And then my last question is, I know that setting expectations, the SEC and DOJ compliance are top priority. That's named here. And as I'm sure you're aware, there was a recent article and also the dashboard indicates that there is quite a bit of dependence use of OC spray. A plan was shared back in 2019. A plan was revised, shared back in, I don't remember when Mr. Bettino was part of the department. And it sounds like there may be a third plan. Is that right? To phase out OC spray?
We're working on a plan now. I know we had a recent report that went to the board that targeted June 30th. I can tell you we're in no way ready to do that. So we are working towards reducing the use of OC. There was a plan, and forgive me if I'm quoting the year wrong, it was 2019 under Chief McDonald. So it laid out a strategy that would have added, and again, I'm going from memory, so I hope I'm right. It would have added additional staff to each unit, with staffing levels being either 3 or 4 staff to each unit, still working from that smaller model. It talked about how to reduce the things. The ticket at that time in 2019 was approximately 10 million.
I think it was actually 39.8 million.
Okay. So like I said,
Not
I'm
quite
just
10.
going from memory. So say 39.8 million. So then fast forward to 5 years later, when you still have increased COLAs related to salary, you have salary benefits that are increasing, the price tag would be bigger. So we are looking at working on that plan. We are getting technical assistance from DOJ. I know that next quarter, the end of the third quarter, there were to be 2 units where OC will be removed because they're very minimal. The incidents that are there, based on the data that we do have available, there's next to none there. So those can be removed, and that will be by next quarter. Then the strategy is to take a look at where we can reduce the number of staff that are actually carrying OC. So we're working on that and should have a more definitive time frame in the next quarter. But I can tell you that June 30th was just not achievable.
So again, just for the benefit of the public, in 2019, the Board of Supervisors unanimously voted on a motion to end the use of OC spray, which is like an extreme form of pepper spray, in our juvenile facilities. And that OC spray was supposed to be phased out by 2020. We're in 2024, OC spray is still being used at really unacceptable levels in Los Padrinos and less so in Barry J. At the time, as you said, in 2019, a plan was put forth calling for a $40 million investment to end the use of OC spray. And at that time, we actually had a much higher juvenile incarcerated youth population. Sorry, that's redundant. An incarcerated youth population. And so we now have a significantly smaller population. And so it seems strange to me that we would be calling for even more money. But also unacceptable that we're 5 years into a motion and still using OC spray on our young folks. And it was also named in the DOJ settlement for a plan to kind of end the use of OC spray. So just wildly frustrating. Would it be possible to get some specificity around when a plan might be shared? I understand that you said June 30th is definitely not going to happen, but is there anything in writing that we can look to at least create some accountability around the implementation of a plan to end the use of OC spray?
We don't have a full draft done, but I could say the end of the third quarter, we can produce something in a draft that'll let people know where we're going with this, if that's okay.
End of the third quarter being end of September?
End of September.
Was that a three-part last question?
It's always a three-part last question, Chair Mundo. Like, do you know me? I think that's my last question. That's the end of my last question.
I have a question, and maybe this is.
Chair Jackson? Commissioner Jackson?
I have the Billy syndrome a little bit. Maybe a question for County Council, maybe for Wendy. Like, obviously, the chief not being here is unacceptable, and there is a pattern that's obvious to all of us, right? What action can we take? We can't require him to be here, or can we? You know what I mean? Like, what can we? I think we need to take much more firm action to require his participation in these meetings to be able to answer the questions.
My understanding is yes, you can require him to attend. That it is specifically listed in the ordinance that you can compel employees of the probation department to attend the Probation Oversight Commission. I'm looking at County Council to ensure that is the right wording. So that County Council has offered to provide a written response about the exact method by which that can happen, but yes.
Okay, would it make sense to perhaps hold a special meeting on this item because I'm just wondering if we would have to wait until the next commission meeting, which is a month from now. It just seems like it's too far away, and we should attempt to meet with him sooner than that to talk about some of this stuff.
You certainly can do that.
Probably need to, I don't know.
Is there an appetite for that?
I would be there.
Commissioners, so would that be a motion or?
I don't think you need a motion.
Folks, availability for a special meeting. As a reminder, special meetings are very limited to just.
You want to, I'm sorry, Mark, can you talk into it?
Apologies. And just a reminder, staff can poll the commissioners for availability to schedule a special meeting. And just as a reminder, special meeting agendas are specifically limited to that agenda in a more defined way than our general meetings. So if you are going to plan a special meeting, just make sure you really put it out to the chair exactly what you want to talk about so that you're not limited there and what you can discuss.
Is that something that just can be called, or does it have to go through a motion? So How long would it take for county council to provide us a more complete understanding of our options?
I can't say for sure, but I will prioritize it, of course. And as Wendy stated, it's pretty clear in the ordinance, so it shouldn't be too tricky, hopefully.
Okay.
We have actually done it before, not with the chief, but we have compelled the attendance of a probation employee. That happened a long time ago, a couple of years ago, and it was successful. But I believe, in fact, in that case, what ended up happening is that OIG sent a letter, and then the chief ordered the employee to attend the meeting. I'm fairly certain that's what happened. But so in this case, it might be a little different since it would be a request specifically of the chief. But I mean, that's all I'll say.
Have a meeting schedule. Who would have precedence?
Go ahead.
If the Board of Supervisors ordered him to the 8th floor for a meeting and he's planning on being here, which would take precedence in that ordinance?
I do not know, but I can add that to the legal analysis.
And as soon as we receive that, then the leadership team can take a look at it and reach out to the commissioners to see for the next, where we go from there.
That's fair. Thank you.
Okay. So before we go on to public comments, there were 2 questions that I did have, Chief Epps, and they actually come from correspondences that I've received. One is, there's a question out there as to why supervisors were not deployed, and the person writing this question cited Section 830 of the Penal Code. And question number 2 is that there's a feeling out there from staff that they've been ordered not to speak at our meetings. So if you can just kind of address that, please.
I'll start with the deployed question. So people that were deployed from the field was deputy probation officers in rotation so that everybody wasn't pulled at the same time. And unit supervisors were left in place with those directors that were not deployed at that time, were not in the deployed rotation, along with probation officers that were not in the rotation to maintain the units. It's the supervisors that review court reports, violation packets, do some of the direct correspondence to the court and some of those things, and do the immediate day-to-day oversight to maintain the units that do the field work and the court work in support of that and case management. So it wasn't prudent to pull supervisors. It was better to leave them in place because they could backfill behind absent probation officers because they were able to do that work because they were more closely aligned with it, where a director looks at more of the operational day-to-day operational office things that drive that work. So that was the reason for that. On the issue of people not being able to talk, that's not accurate. So on Friday, May 10th, I sent an email to the deputy directors, and basically I'll read the beginning of the email and I'll provide the email to the POC so that they want to post it, share it with the public. I'll also send it out to all staff. It just basically said, "Good afternoon. I'm sharing this information to keep us all on the same page. Although we appreciate and encourage staff engagement and communication, our departmental messaging is compromised when communication does not represent the facts of our data, departmental communication, or information shared with partners. Please message to all of your staff and managers the following." The email went on to summarize that if you're going to talk about operational issues, and it stemmed from the fact that there was a call saying we need to put more people into a specific program or service. But the program specifically has an eligibility criteria. It specifically has a funding condition, as most programs, whether you're CBO, public service, has. So when we misrepresent to the public what we can do operationally, it creates other problems that people don't understand. It went on to say, at a line level, you sometimes do not have the operational information about the funding or decisions that are made. While you can come here and say what you don't like, what you agree with or disagree freely to the POC personally, when you represent an operational guideline or operational intents of the department that do not align with how we spent the money or decisions that are being made, it's problematic and it gives a false narrative to the public. But like I said, I'll provide this email. It's available to be posted. I will resend it out to all staff. Staff are very free to call in and give their personal opinions. We had, from the time I came, someone that was here from the union often had things to say, whether they were positive or negative for his view of how probation was doing business. Not a problem at all. So that's what went out. So that information was incorrect. Thank you for the opportunity to address it.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Chief.
So I would love for a regular meeting on script, go to schedule. But I think I'm not going to get that in this environment. Well, without consulting with everybody, I'm going to ask the chief to, oh, wait, maybe Commissioner Meredith has an idea.
I was just going to point out the chief is here.
Good morning, Chief.
Morning.
I guess you could start where you feel most comfortable.
In recognition of the late hour, and if there's no opposition, what I'll do is give just the highlights from the presentation that was given to the board, the areas that I think are probably most of interest, and then give the rest of the time back to the board and the folks that are here for your questions. I'm sure you have many of them. In recognition, again, of the many challenges the probation has had, they didn't start yesterday. They've been going on for quite some time, frustrating to not just the people of Los Angeles County, but the Oversight Board, to the state, and to probation itself. We certainly have to try a different strategy. Many folks have come before, and they have attempted to resolve the problems of staffing, programming, accountability, and I think they were sincere in their attempts, but they didn't match. And we know that because of the results, and we still find ourselves in dire circumstances. And so what was presented to the board, I want to focus on, goes to the core value of probation moving forward. One of them is a very public recognition that in order for Los Angeles County to be able to provide for the young people that are in our care in detention, it cannot be simply a probation effort. That hasn't worked. That it has to be a multi-departmental approach. And that's more than simply words. That's more than simply saying that there are going to be different departments providing services. That's what's happening today. I'm talking about full ownership with the different perspectives from the different disciplines, having some decision-making on the services that are provided. And so what you'll see later this year is full implementation of that by bringing in some of the key partners from the county to actually have a voice at the table and how we confront some of the problems. That's full ownership. That's not simply inviting folks to provide services. That's saying, today, this is what we're confronting. Together, what is the solution we're going to attempt? That's going to cut down on a lot of the divisiveness that we've had within probation, we've had between departments, and it doesn't serve our young people. And so we'll make some mistakes, but we're going to do it together. And then together we can make the corrections, because the service, the young person has to come first. That's a different approach. I strongly believe that there will be dividends in very short order by following that. Secondly, in the same vein, we're at the beginning of truly implementing having a disciplinary approach. And the best way to describe that is when we envision this time next year, when you go into a unit, a juvenile hall, let's say, that you shouldn't just expect to see employees of the probation department that have been trained as peace officers caring for the young people. So what we're saying is, in recognition of, one, the needs of the young people that we have, the shortage of staff and how difficult it is to recruit folks, and really the different demands that we have in 2024 that we haven't had in years past, that what you should see when you go in is you should see people from different disciplines trying to care for the whole person, the young person that's there. So really, we envision having folks that their discipline is social work. So you may have someone who is an LCSW or an associate in an LMFT program or LPCC present as part of the team, a permanent part of that team, as well as a probation officer, as well as a vendor that has come in to do specific programming, as well as religious space. Again, the first thing I described was an approach on how we are going to do the management. The second is an approach on how we're going to actually interact with a young person and what we expect to be on site in the living unit. And then third, and this is for folks who are really interested in, because we keep coming back to the staffing. And staffing, it doesn't matter what plan we put forward, if you don't have sufficient staffing, it'll defeat any plan, no matter how sound it is. And so moving forward, probation is taking a new look at how many of our functions really are appropriate for peace officers to conduct, or if there's room here for non-sworn classifications, for example, to do some of that work of navigator, of counseling. And the answer is resoundingly yes. And so we're in the process of creating a classification that's non-peace officer to work together with our peace officers and bring the knowledge that they have. They can work with the population that we serve, and they can augment the peace officers that we have. They're not replacing our probation officers. They're augmenting the team. And that's envisioned to happen in the field as well, not just talking about in the facilities. That helps us in a number of ways. Instead of focusing all our efforts in simply recruiting more probation officers, now we have another group of people that can serve our young folks that perhaps would be a different group of folks to pull from. And we're asking staff to do things that are different perhaps than when we're hired. And the demands today are certainly different, and we expect something different of them and more sophisticated than, for example, 30 years ago when I came into the business. And in fairness to staff, we have to provide training opportunities for them so that they feel competent to do those things. So I'm going to invest heavily in staff training and in elevating the positions that we have in probation. So currently we have a whole list of peace officer positions, group supervisor nights, so from entry level all the way up. But in reality, what we're asking people to do is more akin to what a deputy probation officer one is. And the ability to have folks that can work in different parts of our department is important. As we've seen, we've had to move folks from adult to work in juvenile just to augment. So we're going to be looking and working with the union is moving forward to elevate all of our positions. So to elevate the entry level position up so that folks have more training when they're coming in, and then make them part of the larger probation family so that what we'll have ultimately when we fast forward a few years is probation officers in camps, in the field, working with adults, working with juveniles, and we'll have a much more nimble organization that can move and adjust to the demands of what we have before us. I can certainly get into the details if that's what you're interested in, but I'll stop there out of respect for the time again.
Go out of order and ask the first question. When you elevate everybody to a DPL 1, how does that look if GSNs and DSOs, their educational level is different than a probation officer with regards to degrees?
Thank you for the question. And so I want to make clear that we will be collaborating with the unions on this, and we're not displacing anyone. So anyone that works with us now is not being displaced because of this new position or the new educational requirement. Quite to the contrary. We need all of the good staff that we have. This will really be envisioned as an opportunity for folks to we're working on a transition program to a bachelor's that would be sponsored by the department, that would be voluntary. And in that program, we have the opportunity to set curriculum and say, look, these are the things that we believe today are important. Addictions counseling, understanding of trauma, understanding of child development. But it'll be voluntary. But it's a growth opportunity for folks to take part of that and then promote in place, right?
Perfect. Commissioners, questions or concerns? Be mindful of our time. We have an hour and an agenda to complete.
Is this related to just this specific issue of staffing or all of the other questions that may or may, that have not been answered? Or is that up to me? I'll try to be succinct. It's hard. Just related to your presentation right now, Chief, can you state what the dollar kind of investment is that's required to elevate the staff that you're seeking to elevate? Is there, right? I mean, their juvenile institutions budget currently, I think for this upcoming year is going to be something like $430 some million. So is there an investment on top of that that you're seeking? Is it within that allotment that you'll be able to create this elevation of staff?
I didn't seek any additional money in this year's budget because I believe I could do it within budget. And so these are transitions that happen in a staggered way within existing budget.
Okay. And then you stated kind of like an intention for there to be this building out of like a peace officer, non-peace officer kind of team to support young folks. Is there a timeline for this team creation, for this multi-departmental, multi-person approach?
So much of it is already underway. For example, the creation of a probation assistant classification, which is a non-sworn item, is already in its final stages. We have the existing use of the DPO2 treatment classification that requires folks in LCSW. We're making current modifications for MFT, LPCC as well, and we already have an internship program to that end, which I think we have 20, 25 people already in it. And so this is really about deployment of that within all of the facilities that's already underway. And then the component that requires other departments, we have, it's either already calendared or very soon to be a department head meeting to sort of outline what the expected outcomes are over the course of the next year.
Over the course of the next year, is that what you said?
Yes.
Just trying to figure out what it looks like to like create accountability for this plan that you talked about. So it's helpful to know if there's like a specific timeline.
I'm going to give you a date, and there's a lot at stake here when I give you a date. I'm aware, so I just want to be very mindful of what I tell you. So within the next 3 months, we'll make public a 2-year strategic plan, and these will be included in there.
And does that include the phasing out of OC spray, or is that a separate plan?
The phasing out will be in there. And that's a tough one. It's a tough one for me. It's not because we don't believe that ultimately in Los Angeles County, we're not going to have OC spray in our facilities. It's not because we're ignoring the Board of Supervisors' intention. It's because I'm also responsible to make sure that we don't have escapes or that youth don't hurt other youth. And that's the reality of what has happened over the course of the last year. And so that's why we continue to utilize OC. But what we're going to do is we're going to find pockets in which we can continue to have a safe environment by removing it, and then we're going to build on that.
I struggle a little bit with that representation because it completely ignores the fact that for months, you had facilities that were out of compliance with minimum standards, meaning they were unsuitable for the confinement of youth. For months at LP, you had young people who were not receiving regular, intentional mental health treatment because DMH was not going or not able to go inside units. For months, young people have not received consistent programming. As you're aware, the BSCC has indicated that LP is once again out of compliance as it relates to programming. And in the few times that I've been to LP, we've noted that there is either no programming, inconsistent programming, or fake programming. So I think it's important to note that the use of OC spray is not solely because there have been escape attempts or because there's been youth on youth violence, but it's also because young people have not had access to the most basic things that require or that are required of them to reach some sort of stability, treatment, rehabilitation, self-care, which is the core of what you're charged with providing. My last question is related to the model that you've spoken about several times now, which it's unclear if it's the LA model that you seek to implement or something adjacent to the LA model. I think you've called it a behavioral health model. Do you have any specificity or like any documentation on the model that you're seeking to implement in the carceral facilities within LA for our young folks?
Beyond my description or a name or?
Just something in writing, whether it's, I don't know, something that's been researched, something that's been peer reviewed, something that's based on like, I don't know, evidence. Because all we've heard, I think very loosely, is a behavioral health model, but that could mean many things. So if there's something in writing that you have that really lays out what this model looks like, what it's based on, like if it has been researched, that would be helpful for us to have a better sense of what you're referencing.
More importantly, why not the LA model? Does your model complement that one, or is it vastly different? Or can you give us any more information about the model?
Does. I mean, we're looking at a conglomeration of or a joining of a variety of approaches, right? You have family dynamics, interdisciplinary approach, whole person. And so it's complementary. It's important for me to describe it this way because what people want to know is what will I see that's different, right? When I go in, folks keep talking about model. What will I see that's different? And so my attempt by describing it this way is so you could start imagining what the difference will be sort of visually and why it's important. But I take your point that you want more information on sort of the clinical background as to why I believe this is the best for the population that we have.
And as of now, it doesn't exist, or you're not able to present us anything. Maybe I'm cross-contaminating because you're still answering her question, or did I?
Ask me again.
You don't have any more information for us about the model. That's just.
No, I don't.
Were you done, Commissioner Jackson?
What's that?
Were you done?
No, I did want some clarity. So I wanted to know about the turnarounds or the 60-day and 30-day period references here. When does the clock start and stop for this 60 days to, what's the name of this report? It says the 60-day, the road to 60 days. When does the clock start and stop for that? Like the deliverables that are stated here, the strategies, when is the deadline for these things that you are proposing to
Which
implement?
document are you looking at, Commissioner?
The BSCC.
Which?
Some of the things already happened.
Compliance and beyond.
I don't, they're not, it's not numbered, so I don't know, but moving forward, these are some next steps, but at some point, it mentions the 60-day road and then also the 30-day LP reinventing, transforming culture strategy. So my question is really going to be, where specifically are you within those periods to achieve the outcomes that you're proposing in the strategy?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have clarified. So part of the presentation was in response to the BSCC. Those things have occurred. The second portion where I describe the model that you're asking more information about, that is looking forward. The BSCC compliance component has already occurred. Those things are implemented.
Sure, sure. So can you say more about the reward program that you guys have rolled out for youth to incentivize good behavior?
So that would be in response to the behavior management program. So of course, when kids reach certain milestones in meeting certain expectations and behavior, there's the behavior BMP store. There's electronic devices that they can earn. There's certain things that they can use. I call them points, but it's not called points. Things that they can go into the store to purchase. So that has food items, that has small game items, and as I said, electronic devices. So the store at Los Padrinos is up and running as staff use the behavior management process throughout the units. So it is incentivized with that.
That sounds like the traditional merit ladder that's always been in place. Has it changed at all?
The BMP was rewritten, and it had to be approved, obviously, by BSCC for us to have it reviewed by DOJ. So there's different models or strategies that people have of the merit ladders, like DSS is merit-based, but the foundation of how you get your merits or how you use it programmatically can differ depending on what your merit-based process is. So at LP, it's the behavior management program, and as we discussed earlier, at Barry J, it's the DSS.
Okay, thank you for that. Chief, I wanted to ask you about the committees that you've assembled to do some of those internal audits for compliance. Can you tell us more about what that's looked like so far?
Thank you. So you want to know what we did for the compliance and who was checking it as far as group?
I want to know as much about the process as possible, who you've identified as the best personnel individuals to take it on. What have been the results of that? Are you guys feeling much better about compliance? It sounds like we're out of compliance as of
We're out of
yesterday.
compliance with programming right now
Yeah.
and have a corrective action plan pending submission.
Yeah.
So if we're talking specifically about the chief's presentation in May 2024 to the Board of Supervisors, the process that we used to come into compliance was we convened a group of stakeholders. It included superintendents from Barry J. Nydorf, the superintendent from Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall, their quality review, quality control leads from both, a member of the training department, the manager actually, the supervisor that oversees policies and procedures, Chief Deputy Williams, myself, our county counsel, and one of our contractors, Mike Miner, and Bureau Chief Valerie Van Kirk. So the process was this. The first thing that we did is to request an in-person meeting after we were found not suitable with BSCC. Then we took a team to Sacramento. We had a four-hour meeting with BSCC to go through all of the areas of noncompliance, to get some clarification on questions that we had. That included 2 members of our council, both chief deputies, assistant superintendent at LP, and the superintendent at Barry J, and a bureau chief. After that meeting, we went back, we convened the meeting that I just discussed with all of those internal stakeholders. We met 3 days a week, and the meetings went anywhere from 1 hour to 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours, or we had to convene a part 2 of the meeting. We went specifically through where we were found out of compliance, discussed the issues of each of those 11 areas that collectively between Barry J and LP. We looked at what the state requires as proof of practice. How do we know that you're doing what you said you're doing? I can give you an example. For example, searches, there was a policy issue. The LP had a policy that said you search everywhere, every single day in the facility, common areas in every single room. Departmentally, we had a policy that required 2 searches in the morning of rooms and in the evening. So what we did as part of our proof of practice is the policy out of sync? Have we overwritten the policy for the requirements for BSCC? So we went through all of those 11 areas and revisited policies, including room confinement, searches, and we addressed the policy and made the necessary revisions. Then as part of proof of practice, what documents are we providing to BSCC to say that we're in compliance? Are those documents consistent throughout the department between the 2 facilities? So we made the necessary changes to any documents. We met weekly with our compliance team and the quality control people assigned to each facility. So every time they came in, so we met Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, sometimes it switched up, but when they came in, what did you look at internally? Did you look at every guard 1? If there were rooms missed, did you do the necessary special incident report? If there was a certain amount of time that you missed in a room check? We created a log that had to go to the superintendent to review that the supervisors had verified that all necessary safety checks were done. One thing, being familiar with the guard 1 process when I came here from my prior agency, I found that there were too many notes being put into guard 1. One thing, in talking with officers, it would take you several minutes to put several notes into the system. The system, we need to know if you're in the room, if you're not in the room, and if you're not in the room, say as a group, if you're out at recreation time, programming time, did you move the group out of the room? So then behind the quality control teams at each facility looking daily in advance of the meetings and then coming reporting where they were on those processes, the compliance team then did a review of their work to report their findings. This is the percentage of compliance. Yes, the special incident reports for safety checks are there. Yes, we have the search logs. Yes, the forms have been made uniform. So we just continue to go through all of that. So although they gave us 60 days to come into compliance or become suitable, we actually at 45 days were able to come into suitability, what we identified internally. Then we used the additional time, the additional 15 days, to do our own internal soft inspection, if you will, to see where we were. So that was our process. To maintain compliance, we continue to have that same format, but the meetings have been pulled back from 3 days a week to 2 days a week. As part of a succession plan to maintain compliance, the superintendents are now overseeing those meetings bi-weekly. There are Tuesdays, Mondays, and Thursdays. So in addition to that, we made some changes in the leadership at our facilities to build on the foundations that had been set for coming into compliance. So now the superintendent at Los Padrinos is Kim Binion. She has a significant background in running facilities and working through the BSCC processes. And at Berry J, we installed a different superintendent, and Ms. Novak transferred to our East camps. Again, only to build on the foundation that had been developed by the prior superintendents. What can we improve on? Where can we bring in different levels of expertise? Not better, just different. How can we bring in a different perspective of looking at this? We know we need to bolster other areas. So in addition to working to maintaining the compliance in those initial 11 areas where we recently came into suitability, we're now going through all of Title 15 in preparation for our comprehensive inspection, which we expect to happen in October. We're doing the same strategy to look at all of Title 15, all of our internal policies and all of our processes to develop new proof of practices or improve existing proof of practices, or to say, hey, this practice has everything that we need. So that's the plan that we're looking at for compliance and maintaining it.
Thank you for that detailed response. That's actually what I was hoping for. I think for the sake of allowing some time for public comment, I was hoping to restrict some of my questions, but That's all from me for now.
Commissioners, I thought I saw your hand up, Commissioner Lewis.
I'll pass because of time and people have to go places because the issue that I'd like to address is 6.
Okay. So Wendy, no further questions. Do we have public comment or written comment?
But just really quickly, while we solicit public comment, is the chief going to hang around for future items, or is he only here to speak to this agenda item?
For the remainder.
Awesome, thanks.
Okay, if you'd like to make public comment in the room on, this is item number 3, the recap of the chief's presentation to the board in May. We're going to restrict public comment to 1 minute so that we can move forward onto agenda item number 6. I actually don't see anyone. Oh, are you coming? Okay, I got you. Take your time. And if you want to make public comment online, use the raise your hand function. Click the little hand at the bottom or press *3 on your phone if you're dialing in. If you're on YouTube, you cannot make public comment and you need to join via WebEx. You can do that on our agenda item. And so you may begin. Welcome to the meeting, and it's 1 minute.
Well, that's a very nice welcome. I heard our commissioners are asking some very, very tough questions to our chief deputy right here. And it feels like I believe we need to have an 8-hour, 10-hour discussion, and then we only meet once a month. But somehow I feel there are still a lot of tough questions, either from the member of the public, either from the commissioners, are not getting addressed and are not getting answered. But somehow, just because of the time, we have to sacrifice our work, our school, just to be here. And then all of a sudden, I only have 1 minute. All of a sudden, because of the time, I cannot get any questions answered. So that's pretty sad. And then also I want to talk about the chief mentioned about the staffing issue. What I know right now in the city, county-wide, when you have a shortage of law enforcement officers to arrest the criminal, when you have a shortage of prison officer to keep the criminals, and then you have a shortage of officers in the probation department, it seems like the criminals will getting more and more.
Thank you. We're going to go to online comments, and we're going to start with Audrina. Rochelle? Audrina, we're going to unmute you. Can you try speaking, Audrina? See if we can hear you. Okay, great. You can begin.
I wanted to add on to Commissioner Lewis's comments regarding the library inside Los Padrinos. I recently gained access into the classrooms and library at Barry J. Nydorf, and the contents of that library is really outdated, filled with old books. I remember having conversations with my son and him expressing his dislike towards reading and visiting the library at that time, which is not like him. He has his own library at home, so I never understood why until actually stepping foot into the library itself. A lot of fictional fantasy books, little to no biographies or important literature. I went through all the shelves looking for history and found almost none in compared to my son's, which I tried to donate 8 times. I tried to donate his library, but probation refused our donations. I'm not here to complain or talk down on it. I'd rather find a solution to help the youth, and I'm sure a community of people are ready to stand up and step in and lend a helping hand in rebuilding a much needed library. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrina. Next up we have Karina. Karina, can you unmute yourself? You may need to click the unmute button. Oh, great. I think we can hear you now. You can begin.
So I just wanted to comment on a few things that were said prior, which was one of them was flyers around Los Padrinos. I don't understand why the need of lying. I don't know why we're not holding anybody accountable to fraudulent claims or lies. If it would be anywhere else, like somebody would be held accountable. And also I wanted to add on to the library situation. Is there a reason why these kids are not allowed to be sent any books from the outside, like Amazon or anything that's, approved for you guys? Or is that just kind of a policy, or who implements the policies?
I think that's the end of our public comment. Yes, thank you, Karina. Yes, end of the public comment. Is that a question that you want to address? You certainly don't have to, but you can. I'm looking at Deputy Chief Epps. Sorry, I don't mean to look.
No, these conversations are extraordinarily useful. And so I'm taking notes. Sorry to hear, and I think I heard Nydorf in particular for the library, because we do have a partnership with county libraries. And so we'll go back and follow up and make sure that something hasn't fallen through the cracks here, because I know that they are ready and willing to stock those libraries. And if we missed it at Nydorf versus Los Padrinos, we're going to go back and make that right.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions, concerns? Commissioner Canales?
I want to go back really quick while the chief is here, while Chief Vera Rosa is here, to the memo that you raised, Commissioner Eduardo, that went out to the staff, to where they are feeling, and Chief Deputy Epps responded that they're just, it's kind of like a conflict of interest type memo, if you're in a workplace. But I just also, I'm realizing this is the first meeting that Mr. Bell is not attending. And so I'm wondering if it is because of this memo that went out, if staff are feeling threatened to not call in or attend. And what is the date of that memo that went out, Eduardo, that you read?
So I was actually sharing comments that were sent to me. The memorandum was shared by Chief Deputy Epps.
Oh, okay. Thank you. What is the date on that memo?
The date on the email that went out to the deputy directors was Friday, May 10th. Prior to that, I hadn't seen Mr. Bell at meetings before that went out. I haven't reached out and asked why. I've seen him in other meetings, and we've spoken, but I didn't ask why he wasn't here.
Okay, I just wanted but I just found it strange as I looked in the room and, and you were reading that, and then even the call-ins. I mean, whether we agree with what anybody calls in and says or what anybody presents and says, I feel that they, have a right to be here. So just that not anybody feel intimidated to not attend.
Hey, I do have one question, Chief or Deputy Chief Epps. I was at Los Padrinos a week ago, and as I walked out, I basically just walked out. I'm not sure if it would help to have a debriefing, because a lot of the things that I see at the hall are not going to be brought into the meeting unless they're on an agenda item. But, and now that you have one less level, I'm just trying to figure out who we communicate to, who Wendy communicates to, when we do want to have ad hoc meetings, or when we want to have any kind of conversation regarding what we do see, because I know my colleagues and we do visit the juvenile halls frequently. I happen to sit in courtrooms, lobbies, and talk to families about services and things of that nature. So just kind of figuring out where we are now with your reorganization.
And transition is always tough, and I worry about this, that we miss things. And so I appreciate it when you bring this to our attention. Very soon here, it's actually going to be easier for you to know who to reach out to. When you go to the facilities, there's going to be a watch commander. So irrespective of what staff is there and what they're being dedicated to, you're going to have a dedicated watch commander whose responsibility is going to be solely things like that, that you could reach out to. That's going to be the fastest way to resolve this component, but that's for the facilities. In terms of if you're dealing with adult or the field or courts or other pieces, I want to make sure that you have sort of the executive contacts. Those should, certainly from my office, are still in place, but we'll resend those so you know who they are today.
Yeah, that would be helpful for Wendy. So if a commissioner has any request or indicates that they're going to go visit an office, so we show up there and somebody actually knows we're there. And at the end of the visit, it's always nice to kind of just debrief because a lot of this information that was shared today is information that can be shared throughout the month as we visit. Commissioner Canales.
I'm so sorry. I want to raise this because as I made my statement right now, and then the answer, that you have not seen Mr. Bell. I think Mr. Bell probably since the whole time of this commission has maybe missed one meeting, and he's made public comment every time. So for you to also be a part of every meeting and never have seen or heard him is a little bit concerning. When you said you haven't seen him?
I've seen him. I mean, he's one of the first people I met when I started coming here. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify. I have not seen Mr. Bell probably in the last 3 meetings, if not 4. There have been other people here from probation, but I specifically noted not seeing him because we always spoke and he always made comment. So I'm not sure the time frame, but I believe maybe since April, I haven't seen him.
I just got so used to seeing him. I think I always do. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he makes himself visible. So with one last succinct question.
It's just going to be one. Can you just share how your advisory councils that you're creating specifically, I think the one at LP, is going to interface with the Probation Oversight Commission, if at all?
So there is a piece included in the guidelines where there can even be a report or there can be invites for POC to do that, but there's nothing very specific about it. But we can certainly, as I said, I'll send everything when I get back to the office. It's certainly open to input. Right now it's in the recruitment phase, but everything is very spelled out, the specific reasons, times, all of that.
And so we can close on that. Can you just tell the public that's listening what you're looking for the advisory group?
It's just across connected people, obviously shared experience, credible messengers, people that have a background in education, people that have a background in therapy, health services, mental health, any of those things that impact our population, former justice involved. So, and the reason being is because in the facility, you not only provide supervision services, we provide mental health services, we provide education services, obviously lawyers come in, so just across connective people. And all of that is listed. I believe it even has LGBTQI, but we'll send everything.
And if they're not working with the youth directly as service providers or any way like that, would the clearance process be different?
No, they'd still have to do the same background process, but actually they want to go in the facility. So it does say there'll be a tour in the facility, but because of the potential to observe events in the facility, there's a background.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to agenda item 6. We will discuss and take possible action on an update from the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission ad hoc committees on community-based organizations and new charges against youth in detention. The ad hoc CBO subcommittee is addressing the department's relationship with CBOs, including issues related to contracting, scheduling, and clearances. The ad hoc subcommittee on new charges is planning to meet one final time to review the probation department's new policy on when criminal charges can be brought against youth in detention. The department told us that the new policy would be available for review by June 30th, but we have not seen the policy. Wendy, since Commissioner Terry is absent today, can you give us a quick recap of the path forward that the CBO subcommittee is taking?
Yes, thank you. And I can also address the new charges issue, I had a conversation with Deputy Chief Epps yesterday, and they have informed us that they'll have the draft of actually not the draft, they'll have the final new charges policy by the end of next week for us to be able to review, so we can schedule the new charges subcommittee following receiving that. The CBO subcommittee, which is led by Commissioner Terry, and also Commissioner Canales, Picani, and Mundo are members of that subcommittee, met first to be able to discuss the path forward and discuss a number of the issues that will be addressed, which include the issue around clearances, also the issue around contracting and the requirements around contracting for small and large CBOs with the department, as well as the issues around scheduling that you heard some things about today. There have also been brought to the attention of the commissioners issues about challenges with scheduling at some of the facilities in terms of knowing when CBOs will be able to arrive, and quick changes in the schedules. So that it'll be addressing all of those. The first step is to have a meeting with probation. That meeting was actually scheduled for this week, and then Deputy Chief Epps and I both had a conflict. So it will be rescheduled when Commissioner Terry is back in town for us to meet with probation. We then will be going forward with a town hall that will be a closed town hall, similar to the way we've done with probation employees and others in the past, that will be for CBO representatives to come and talk to this ad hoc subcommittee of commissioners about their concerns. And then we will do a report back. The committee will do a report back to this commission. So that's the follow-up. Have I missed anything?
No, you actually included my own follow-up, so
Okay.
I'm done. So commissioners, we have a lot of speakers here on this item. And so if we can go through our questions quickly, and then we can give them the full 2 minutes, since the items after that are not as contentious. So if anybody would like to comment or share a concern. Commissioner Lewis.
I want to first apologize to everyone that came here to speak specifically to this, especially our young people that have sat here patiently. One of the issues that we want to address are the specifics of what's acceptable for clearance and what's not. But let me frame this first. We received an email last night, DYD was on it, from the director at Barry J, thanking the credible messengers, Department of Mental Health, and the probation staff for collaboratively running DBT, which we coordinated, because the youth in these facilities don't necessarily often want to join in when DMH does it. So by using a relationship with credible messengers to bring in the vast majority of youth, you had an excellent turnout. It's still going to be bumpy. However, we were not able to deploy and support DMH like we would have because all of the credible messengers have not been cleared. We wanted to in every unit with the DMH staff. With that said, the acceptable clearances, these are only the ones from my perspective. And you asked earlier, which hat am I wearing, Probation Oversight Commission or ARC? I'm a youth advocate first and foremost. I can not even represent ARC and just say those young men that are sitting back there, that's who I represent, 100%. The young men that are inside and the young women that are inside, that's who I represent before POC, ARC, or anything. I've been there. If we go by the 14 items that are not acceptable, or the 14 items that are listed as either not acceptable or times, I actually agree with 80% of this. The 3 that I really would like to be able to discuss, and we're not going to have time to do this today. 1, conviction for escape or accessory means you're barred forever from being a credible messenger. Back in 1987, I was at Pictures. I walked away. My record's been expunged, so you'll never see that now, but it's listed as an escape. The second one, that's number 4. The next one was being convicted of bringing a controlled substance into a secure detention facility, period. I know people that, when I went into the system, I was 18. I was a gang member, I was a dope dealer, I was everything. I was the throwaway poster child. To bar a person forever for something that they did when they were young and foolish means that we don't believe that people can change their lives. I would like to say, and the last one is currently on parole, probation, and supervision. For the first 2, could we come to an agreement where we could say, conviction of an escape or an accessory in the last 3 to 5 years, and convicted of bringing a controlled substance in the last 3 to 5 years? No. Number 8, convicted of bringing a controlled substance into a secure detention facility, period. Number 8 and number 4. Can we seek to find a compromise where if you've been convicted of these things in the last 3 to 5 years, you'll be barred until you're beyond that time? The last one is on supervision. When I first started going in mentoring young people, and there's some people that are within our credible messenger in different organizations. I'm not speaking for every ERC, I'm talking about mentors that are on supervision and that probation staff will vouch for, that have impact. When I went in, I was on lifetime supervision when I first started going in. I haven't had a hiccup going in. There are young people that will attest. There are some on the phones too, from out in Houston where they're running their own businesses. In Sacramento, all of them have experienced mentorship through people who've gone through these things. So to bar us because you're on community supervision, probation or parole, could we also seek to compromise that where your probation officer gives you a letter of approval or your parole officer, and they write a letter to you expressing to you why they want to go in? I know the chief, and correct me if I'm wrong, you see the youth facilities and the adult facilities different because we have credible messengers that's also going to the adult facilities. However, you have 3 consultants from DJJ, all of which I know, who we've worked with and had mentors going in that would tell you they did a fantastic job. They were going into the Department of Juvenile Justice, which is the sit in, just observe, or sit in a bubble and observe and listen. You'll see the impact. Or come do a listening session with just a bunch of youngsters, just you and a bunch of youngsters. That can be set up, and you can sit in a room with them and ask them, what did they get out of it or what didn't they get out of it? Was it of any value to them while they were inside? I commend you for the work that you've done moving the department forward. But this is one thing that I'm going to continue to push forward on, because I've seen the impact with these young people every single day for the past 10 years. So could we compromise those things that I listed? Is it possible for compromise those things? Can we discuss it? Can we sit down and roll up our sleeves and figure this out so that we give our young people the best support that they can have?
I appreciate you providing that background. And so I'll start backwards. I'm not prepared for an open negotiation. Listen to the perspective. I want to hear from everyone, and I will take that back and I will think about it. You know, the list that you have before you is not where I began. To be quite honest, this comes after listening to input and challenging my understanding. But I want to say a couple things because I don't want there to be misunderstanding. There is nothing on here and that's what this is intended to be. Further, I want folks to understand this is a response to today's fragile system and needs. Maybe this isn't what's necessary 5 years from now. But today, we're battling contraband, battling many charges of sexual abuse. And so this isn't intended for any one entity. But when I stop and think, I can't take any be able to be cleared with this than the previous criteria. And this actually allows us to be more fair and implement it in a sound way, because the former one would have disallowed many more people from coming into our system, but for this notion of an individual override that is fundamentally not a good process. So I think this actually lets many more people through. I'm interested in seeing in real life how many folks we're talking about that this bars that are ready to come in. But I want to hear more, and I want, this isn't the end of it. I need to take this information back. So I appreciate everything that's said today, and I want to hear more.
Did you have something to say, Mr. Carroll?
I mean, I can take it up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. I don't have an awful lot extra. I did want to share that the process has been, a lot of give and take to this point between probation and then DYD acting on behalf of the community-based organizations that we support. The original policy was a lot more restrictive, but that still doesn't mean that we're quite there yet, right? Our goal is to make sure that individuals that have healed and that are prepared to serve the young people that we serve in the facilities are available, and they're available in the numbers that we need to serve every young person that's in the facility. So I certainly believe that we are a lot closer than where we started. I was very, very concerned when the first thing on the list that I saw originally was no 667.5 offenses, which basically would have disqualified every single credible messenger. And I immediately got on the phone with Chief Rosa and Deputy Chief Epps and a lot of other people, because I really felt like it was the end of the credible messenger program. And we were able to work through that relatively quickly. I saw other, expectations that folks were off of supervision 12 to 18 months, which again, to me looked like it would be 2 or 3 years before a person could start working in the facility, which I certainly didn't find acceptable. I'm still concerned as I talk to Javier, Sam, other folks, that represent the organizations, that their ability to keep folks continually engaged as they prepare to go in the facilities will be hampered by having to wait an additional year. And how would they, compensate those folks? How would they keep them engaged? Because the reality is, this is a first choice for a lot of the folks with lived experience. But at the end of the day, they got to pay their bills, right? They got to eat. And if they're not able to work in this way for a year, then they may choose other fields, whatever field, whether it be plumbing or hospitality or whatever it may be. So I want to make sure that the right people are available and have access. I do want to highlight that some of these criteria were originally derived from people who would be working for probation or working in the facilities. And I want to highlight that none of our credible messengers should be alone, right, with young people by kind of definition. So, while the criteria may be less strict than a probation officer, their interactions are also limited by the type of service that they're providing. The program is working.
And it's only going to work more if we're able to get more credible messengers in there. I've heard so many stories, and I should highlight that there are people that are in the facilities right now, albeit not a large number, but there are people in the facilities right now that would be disallowed to come in if this does go into effect. So it would have real world impact on folks that are serving. I think that's kind of the extent. I'm looking forward to the comment, and I know the vast majority of people here to comment on this item. One thing that's not displayed is that we are creating an appeals process where if something is vague on the actual background check form, we can come back and address that. We want that to be the exception because we know that anytime there's an appeal, that means a longer period of time before somebody can get in. So we want it to be as clear as possible, but we do recognize that in certain instances, there may be a need for an appeal. And if things like, for example, earlier when Sam mentioned an escape, when I first heard it, it sounded like a very straightforward thing until he said, well, what if you walk off from a mandatory class, around traffic safety? How is that categorized? Or, other very nuanced things, I think, that we've heard. So if there's a way for some of those more complex criteria for us to put the exact expectation and then look at that as an appeal, that's something that we may be able to consider. So DYD is certainly standing in partnership with our community-based organizations and standing on the fact that they have had no incidents, and that they also, in addition to this clearance criteria, they go through another process with that CBO, which is a lot more extensive than just a live scan. It's actually working with the folks for oftentimes years before even presenting them as a potential candidate to go into the facility. So I didn't really prepare anything, but if anyone has any questions, obviously for me, I'm more than willing to answer those.
Commissioner Canales?
Thank you so much for that. That's great to hear that you are developing an appeal process to these categories, especially with the drug convictions, as Commissioner Lewis raised. I agree with him on the three that he did highlight. But I know that I myself, when my son was in Orange County Main Jail, I was dealing with a lieutenant that banned me from visiting, and my convictions were over 20 years old. And he said, because of my record, and there was absolutely no appeal process. I did end up developing my own appeal process, but there was absolutely no appeal process. And this went on for 5 years, and he continued to define me by the person that I was over 20 years ago, rather than look at who I was today. And a big thing in recovery, especially with, drugs, a big part of our life's passion becomes sometimes giving back to the community we once were a part of. We don't look at, now I'm better than you. We look at, I am you. I know what that's like. And that instills hope not only in them, but in us too, So I am very glad to hear there's an appeal process. Like I said, I did end up winning, but it took 5 years. But I had to involve the ACLU. I had to involve, numerous people, just to, like Channel 7, come be on my side. I mean, just to get this. And so I'm really looking forward to reviewing the appeal process that you're creating to look at the individuals. And even as Commissioner Lewis raised, he's not saying, let them in tomorrow. He says, after 3 to 5 years or something like this. And so thank you for that.
No more questions, concerns?
I know there are a lot of folks here who want to give public comment, so I'm happy to make space for that, and then ask some of my questions after that if there's time.
Perfect. I do have one question. During our last meeting, we had credible messengers talk about not being cleared. And it made me wonder if, let's say somebody doesn't have a record and somebody does, is there a different process once that record is identified that takes longer than somebody without a record? I mean, is there different layers of, so maybe you need to get the file to look at the details, or is there anything different once you go into the background?
Once the record is received, so there may be a delay in receiving the record, or if it's a hybrid record, you may have to, or if there's out of state. So really, most of the delay is in actually receiving the record. We don't have control over that, and that can get complicated. So sometimes it's not that it's sitting for review by the department. With respect to the folks that had been, I think there was a lot of miscommunication, misunderstanding, because there was this new policy coming that folks hadn't been cleared or were waiting to be cleared. My understanding is that was a miscommunication. In fact, that group had been denied. It's not that they were pending to be cleared under the old policy. And as I mentioned before, part of what created the frustration is that we weren't applying the policy that existed. And so folks had become accustomed to an override process that had no rhyme or reason. I think this actually solves that. In most of those cases, the folks would have come in. But again, I'm here to listen and I want to understand impact.
Thank you. Follow-up questions on that? Okay, Wendy, do we have any live public comment or written comment?
I'm quite sure we have live public comment. Please begin to approach the podium if you wish. And if you want to make public comment online, please use the raise your hand button or dial *3 on your phone. If you're listening on YouTube, you have to switch over to WebEx to give public comment. I do believe we received written public comment on this item that's already attached to the agenda, and the commissioners have received it. And if you want to make additional written public comment, please send it to us at info@poc.lacounty.gov. What are we doing as far as time?
Let's do a minute and seconds.
Okay, we're going to do a minute and 30 seconds. You can go ahead and get started.
Okay, my name is Desmond. I'm representing Healing Dialogue and Action here today as a credible messenger. And I just wanted to speak to this notion of idea that the way things have always been done, I think we understand how that system works and where the flaws may exist. And I don't question your sincerity in that whatsoever. I know it's a really tough job with all the logistics and these CBOs. We have like a specific thing we're trying to get to. The only thing we know is for a fact is the impact that we've had on the relationships that we've been able to forge with the youth. Not being able to go in makes it very difficult because it's not a soft handoff. You get kids coming out of these facilities who have not been, or they're underserved in many ways. And so when you receive them, we understand them because they literally are us in very many ways. And there's a specialty to that sort of experience because you can't really study that in a book. You can't really, learn any other way. And these metrics are not something that you can measure. It's like really intangible. And what we're able to accomplish with them is because it's something about the spirit of what we do that you connect with them immediately. And that relationship brings more, it's like this chicken and the egg argument. Like, why are they so receptive, right? Is it because they're just prepared, or is it because of the impact that the person that's mentoring them is having with them? And I happen to believe that it's the impact that we have with them because it is a shared experience. I don't look at it as if I'm, advanced in any way. It's just a shared experience. And proof of concept, the only thing that's been bothering me is the time that it takes to get approved, is because the proof of concept is coming from the youth themselves when they give their testimonials about what is helping them be transformative in their journeys, what's putting them on the right path, and these little momentary, little pivotal moments where they make a decision to go left instead of right, or right instead of left. And it says they attribute it to this experience. And so the time is of the essence, and that urgency is really important. I just want to advocate for that.
Thanks, Desmond.
Hi, my name is Javier Starring. I'm the Executive Director of Healing Dialogue and Action. Don Meredith mentioned that he had met every chief for the last 22 years. I'd met every chief for the last 39 years, I think. I started out as a chaplain and worked overseeing the Catholic detention ministry programs in all of the facilities for close to 29 years. I met Ms. Epps last time here when I was accompanying Marlene Medina, whose son Brian died at the facility. When you mentioned May 10th, went out the email, it reminds me of that was the day that Brian passed away, right? There are so many battles that I've been a part of, Richard Chomsky in arguing that they didn't need the compound, closing down the juvenile module at Men's Central Jail. There is nothing more certain I am of all of the knowledge that I've gained than this, and that is that the people that I am privileged to work with, like Desmond, who Desmond would be disqualified right now of going inside because he's still on parole, that those are the folks that are uniquely qualified to not change the behavior of the young people, but to find out why are they behaving in this fashion. Because they were the 16, 17, 18-year-olds that took another life. I hire only former lifers.
To cut you off.
Okay, so let me just say, could I get a meeting with you all? And I can assure you that if we are in a room with 20 of my colleagues, it will
Please
open.
don't make me do this.
It will open.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Please go ahead.
My name is Dion Whitmore. I'm a credible messenger with Helen Dialogue in Action. And Mr. Mono said the obvious in here today, right earlier. This is a systemic issue that we're talking about. And we're not here today to talk about what probation is doing wrong or how, like, to make up for the past. This is a chance right here to change the problems that we all see and that's faced today. And we all can agree upon that, everyone in this room. And so, Mr. Chief, you said you gave us a beautiful vision of, one day, having these departments come together and making a real change to better service the youth. And so this is a room full of willing participants that's all coming together to help better service the youth. And to be honest, it seems like probation is the only partner in this room who's unwilling to assist us in helping these youth. And so you have the power. And if you feel like you don't have the power, you have the influence to address the issues today and make a real change. If you really truly believe in assisting these youth that you're in control of, better or not. And that's what this is about today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tyreek Ship. I'm a community organizer at the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. You mentioned that we're supposed to protect the most vulnerable people in our community, right? That we're supposed to do what's best for them and limit what we expose them to. But so far, and I've been probably doing this work for about a year, and I've heard about drugs, sexual assault, fight clubs, all types of stuff. And none of this is coming from the credible messengers. These are people who really are on their own redemption tour, trying to make something of themselves and trying to show these youth that it is possible after incarceration to be successful, right? And so what I say to say that is, once you are good at your job, you tend to get rewarded. We don't tend to try to cut your legs up under you or make it harder for you to get somewhere. We tend to make those things, we try to brighten those things and make those things better and show them off. And so if the credible messengers are going in and changing these youth, I think, why are we trying to boost that up and push that further? It shouldn't be us trying to cut it where it starts at and try to make it this thing that we want it to be, but really try to help the youth, right? We got a bunch of them here. We got some youth here who also, those credible messengers who can't get inside are worked with on the outside. And I can tell you it's working wonders. A lot of those kids are enrolled in colleges or vocational training or anything, but they're working with credible messengers on the outside who can't get in, and they're changing their lives. And I'm seeing it firsthand every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyreek.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Martinez, credible messenger with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. When I first was hired for this position, I was not on parole. I have no escapes, no type of drug paraphernalia convictions. I don't know what the entire criteria is, but I was hired and ready to go into work. So I'd like to highlight the importance of credible messengers because they possess a unique ability to connect with these youth on a level that the traditional authority sometimes can't do. They bring lived experiences and can understand and have an understanding that cannot be taught, but is felt and recognized by the young people they seek to mentor. Therefore, it is imperative that we advocate for and implement a more efficient and expedited clearance process for these mentors by streamlining background checks and administrative requirements that, without compromising safety, we can ensure that credible messengers can quickly and effectively begin their vital work. We are the beacon of hope. We just want to do what we are paid to do, what our calling is. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. And you reminded me of something I meant to say earlier, which is that the clearance list, this document that people are referring to, we got it yesterday afternoon, and it's now attached to the agenda. So it is available to the public if you want to look at it now. I'm sorry that it wasn't there earlier, but you can review it yourselves. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Adrian Gutierrez. I'm the manager for the Credible Messengers Program at HCA, Healing Dialogue in Action. Right now, we have about 9 credible messengers that have been disqualified. And because of the old processes going out, the new processes coming in. When I was asked at another committee what it takes to be a credible messenger, the first word out of my mouth was integrity. That's what we hire for. That's what ARC hires for, and the other community-based organizations hire individuals based on their integrity. Most of our credible messengers have been let out of the system by the BPH, which is a very, very strict process to go through. And they've been validated and found suitable to be in society. And most of us go into the prisons. I myself, when I was on parole, would go into the prisons. I still go into the prisons, and I still run curriculum in several prisons. Now, my time is running short, and I'll just say this. Everything is evidence-based. If you look at Barry J. Nordoff over the last year since Credible Messengers have been going in there, it has changed drastically. And that's not a coincidence that when Credible Messengers started, that those changes started over there. There's hardly any drugs over there. We now have rooms where kids who would normally not sit together are integrated, doing curriculum-based groups and rehabilitating themselves. And that's the evidence.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. Give me a second. Okay, thank you. So we've got, I didn't see this behind me. So we have the timer up here. So now I'm going to stop. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Michael Arregue. I'm a credible messenger with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I also have not been cleared to enter the juvenile facilities. I am non-parole probation. A lot of what I wanted to say was said. However, like criminal justice helped me. District attorney gave me an opportunity, heard me out, looked at my file, gave me an opportunity to be heard if I was eligible to receive my freedom. A judge agreed. I've been home. I'm working with these young men. I feel this is my calling. They deserve it. We just want to bring hope. And thank you for being open to listening and even the criteria of being disbarred or not allowed in, but also understand that we had to internalize all these classes that we took. We had to prove that. We have to show that we are changed, and we're out here, we are changed, and we're doing the work. We want to continue that work. We want to bring that to the youth so that they don't end up like us. So I ask that you also take that into consideration, that those in criminal justice gave us an opportunity, and we are taking it and taking it very serious. And we understand that they are a vulnerable population, and we want to make sure that they get the help that they need. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jerry Myers. I'm one of the credible messengers from ARC. And I want to say that I appreciate this opportunity to wholeheartedly advocate for our credible messengers. We have our own lived experience. We go in to support our youth. We believe in our youth. We are the backbones of the youth believing in themselves when they see us come in. When they see me come in, first they'll shut down because I'm a little older. And then when someone say, you know, she did time, they go, Miss, really? You did time? They perk up. They want to hear. And I tell them all the time, ARC came to see about me when I was incarcerated. And I'm there to come see about them. I believe in them. I'm not going to tell them that they're not worthy of a second chance, even though they may be here for various crimes. So I want to wholeheartedly ask you all to please consider our credible messengers and to evaluate what can be done to get more credible messengers in to make that difference for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaime Rojas. I'm also a credible messenger with the ARC Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And I wish to first and foremost applaud your efforts and everything that you guys do. I know it's hard work. It ain't easy. Having said that, I've been going to service the youth. Okay, service the youth since 2020s. Also got incarcerated when I was at the age of 17. And I do what I do because I truly believe in it. I see the change, some of it drastic, of individuals that you believe and are very, very quick to be discarded, right? Labeled as troubled youth or difficult to deal with, right? It just so happens those are the ones I believe that need the most work. Those are the ones that are more trauma impacted, right? So the individuals and the youth, including the adults, they're individuals that are truly, truly hurting on the inside. They have their story, their experiences, and for many of us, even adults, even the ones that are not just as impacted, right? They don't feel comfortable opening up to people, talking about private stuff, talking about things that are sensitive to them, right? So I enjoy what I do. I know my colleagues do, and I implore you to please take into consideration to give them those clearances that are truly needed to service the youth much better. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Harvey. I'm a credible messenger with the ARC organization. Thank you for having me here today. Commissioner, you said two things that really struck me. You said that you want to hear the impact that the policy is having, and you said you want to hear, be careful about what you're exposing the youth to. The policy is having an impact on a person just like me. I readily admit that I sold drugs when I was in prison. I also stopped selling drugs. I also became an AA and a facilitator when I was in prison. Also, got multiple degrees when I was in prison, business administration and communication. I was granted parole after 28 years from your BPH, and they knew these things. When I first applied in November, I've been waiting since then. I applied the second time, my live scan, I've been waiting since then. It's just hard knowing how many sincere people want to go back in and help. And the red tape is holding us from being back, from doing that. Our impact is obvious, but then as far as the prisons, I'm just actually to streamline the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Long. I've been released for 2 months now, and I'm a youth advocate for the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. And I just want to say that I'm extremely thankful for all the credible messengers, and they helped me get through my time. And I got sentenced to juvenile life, but working with the credible messengers, they helped me get ready for the real world. They gave me something to do, something like an outlet for support. And honestly, I felt more comfortable talking to most of the credible messengers than my own therapist. And so I feel like if the clearance process was more easier for the credible messengers, I feel like the youth that are incarcerated would benefit from it. Because I met a lot of good ARC staff, HDA staff on the outs that aren't cleared to get inside the facilities yet. And I feel like if they were, the youth would benefit from it. Because there's a lot of people that have a genuine passion for supporting the youth. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm so glad you're here.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Kamari Powell. I'm a youth with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition as well. Being incarcerated, I met ARC in juvenile hall. Barry J. I went to DJJ up north in Stockton, where I did my juvenile life. Being in touch with ARC, it really helped me. Just going in there as a kid. I went in when I was 17. So going in there as a kid, not knowing anything, it's very difficult. You're battling new emotions every day. as you're getting older. So just having someone there to talk to, just be by your side every day is really helpful. And I think getting them cleared faster, it'll be very beneficial to their rehabilitation and getting them ready for the outside world. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Kamari. Nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Willie Edwards. I'm our credible messenger for Anti-Recidivism Coalition, one of the supervisors that go in and work with these youths. One thing I want you guys to always look at, growth is a process. It's not mandatory. These individuals right here have all gone through the process. That's why we're here. We have the passion to really go in, service the youth, assist probation, collaborate with DMH, and do what's necessary to help our youths. All right. We just ask you guys to streamline this process, assist us in helping us help the youths as well. All right. And I thank you for listening to us, and I ask you guys to make this override process possible.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Richard. I served 43 and a half years in prison. I was one of those juveniles who was found unfit for court and was sent to adult prison. I'm currently a credible messenger for ARC. I've been going into there since I've been out of prison. I've been out of prison for 6 years and I'm on parole. What I would like to get to real quick is I heard the probation chief here, Mr. Rosa, speak to the fact that you were willing to be open and look at things. Well, if you were to judge me based on my past, you wouldn't even want to deal with me, okay? But I'm not that person who was sent to prison back in 1974 and had to get out of prison to 2018. And so the point I'm trying to make is this here, we are supposed to be, this country's supposed to be founded upon a fairness doctrine. So my point is this here, those of us who served time in prison, we served that time, we got out, we went through the changes, and we are now here trying to contribute to society. So for people to restrict us from going back into the prison based upon our past, okay, to me then it's like we're again being judged a second time. And I just feel that if we're really talking about progress or change, then we need to be open-minded because clearly the system as it's currently constructed is not working, it's failing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cesar Galvez. I'm a credible messenger with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I spend 5 days out the week with our youth at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. And I just want to give a quick shout out and send some love to all the 16-hour probation staff that really care for the youth to uphold the program there. And don't complain, and they do it for the youth. When I go in there, first thing I do is I greet them. I make sure they're okay. We work together. They tell me this youth, that youth, Caesar, can you talk to them? That's what we do. We talk to them. We, out of empathy and love, we work together as a team to service the youth. So to make sure that our communities inside and outside are healthy and whole, complete. This is the importance of a credible messenger. I really would like to consider focusing more on what's important, our youth, rather than creating barriers or a new plan for something that, if you look around and you look at the evidence, you could ask probation, you could ask staff, you could ask mental health department, and they're going to say, they're doing a great job. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your service. We're a team. It's better with us than it is without us. So to create more barriers, I think it would be terrible. And yes, thank you for the time.
Good afternoon. My name is DeAndre Nichols. I am the program manager for DYD. I have had the privilege and honor to lead all these credible messengers at Barry J and CBK. As I was driving up here this morning, going through the emails that we received from the director at Barry J yesterday, I couldn't help but to think back to this time last year where our credible messengers at Barry J didn't even have an office to sit in. I go back and think about when they have to go outside just to use the restroom. But yesterday, our credible messengers were working in collaboration with DMH, running the DBT group. I understand where y'all coming from as a former probation officer, as a former probation officer supervisor. I understand about having the right people around. You have to be mindful of the people that we have around our youth. But I can tell you from a consistency standpoint, these credible messengers have showed up day in and day out. Day in and day out, no matter what obstacle was placed in front of them, they show up. I'm not here to try to sway you into changing your thought process, but if you really just take time, come out there, see the work that they do, talk to some of the probation leadership, see the work that they do. You can't put a price on it.
Thanks, DeAndre.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Hill. I'm also a credible messenger assigned to Barry J. Unit CD. It's one of the things that I speak to the youth with, and I want unison out the crowd. I always ask the youth sometime, I say, if it feel wrong, guess what? It is, right? If it feel wrong, it's wrong, right? And with that being said, it's not about right and wrong, and I share that with people. It's just about doing it right. I commend you all, both sides. I hear the stuff. But I just pray, man, that we, one of the things I learned in prison, because I was very impulsive, communication changes a lot. If you can talk about it, you'll be all right. I also share with the youth, I said, y'all know how long it took me to do 25 years? They be like, 25 years, Rob? I say, no, 4 seconds. I jumped out, go to jail. Impulsive. But now I can communicate. And in 4 seconds, it cost me 25 years. 4 seconds, man, can change somebody's life. So just consider it. I understand we got to talk about it. Rules are in place to keep everybody safe. I don't want no criminal staying next to me. Believe it, I don't. But I believe wholeheartedly, if we continue to work together, we can make it happen. Yesterday was a big step. And like Dre mentioned, we didn't even have a room. And when Sam called us in, I didn't think we was going to make it. So I thank y'all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi, Olivia Shields. I'm the Justice Transformation Policy Coordinator with Urban Peace Institute, one of the coordinating organizations of LA Youth Uprising Coalition. My colleagues and I work to build a world where youth are loved, they feel safe, their healing is prioritized, and where safety and accountability does not rely on carceral facilities. And that vision is called Youth Justice Reimagined. And I really wanted to just take the moment to uplift the beautiful testimonies of the youth and the incredible messengers in this room today. They are how we achieve Youth Justice Reimagined. They can connect with youth like nobody else can. Their lived experience really does make such an impact. And I think it's just imperative that they have as much access as possible to these young people, because that's how we see this transformation happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Olivia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sophia Ventura Cruz. I work at the Urban Peace Institute. I have the tremendous privilege to help organize and coordinate the trainings that credible messengers go through. We've had the opportunity to do 2 trainings at this point. So much beautiful things have already been said about this program, but I want to say from my own experience, the Credible Messenger program of just being able to share space with folks has completely transformed my own life about what it looks like to have the spirit of healing, of love, of care in one room that then transcends into facilities. I've had the opportunity to sit with folks in restorative circles and hear firsthand testimony of that journey of transformation, of folks working alongside with harmed parties and coming to a place of healing. Like I said, so much has already been said, but I just want to emphasize this isn't like a administrative or logistical difference. These criteria misunderstand the fundamental core of what this strategy is, of what this program is, of the people who are the most capable of walking alongside young people in their journey of transformation. So I just want to stand here in full support of all the credible messengers here today. and hope. I know a lot of work has already been done in getting to the place that where you all are at with the criteria, but to continue to push forward to allow this strategy to be as impactful as it can be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to our last in-person public commenter, and then we'll go to online public comments.
Partially about that two commissioner talking about this item, kind of in some way I kind of agree with them. We do have to believe a second chance, but at the same time, many times when I read on the news that many people that either they do not deserve a second chance or either they messed up on their second chance. Riverside County Sheriff Department 2 years ago, someone was in probation. They give them a second chance. They give them a third chance. They get out and they kill the deputy sheriff. El Monte police officer, they give them a second chance out on probation, 10 years early release, and somehow they messed up their second chance. They killed 2 El Monte officers. So I just want to know, we have this probation commission. We are providing services. We are providing assistance to all the criminals. But why we don't have a victim commission? That who is giving all those services that offer to criminals to those victims? I know victims are being raped, sometimes being raped by a youth, sometimes a victim getting killed by a teenager. If a victim is dead, who is advocating to the victim's family? Who is giving support services to those victims? So the commissioner talking about hold the department accountable. I want to make sure in the future, when someone you release back up to the street, I want to make sure you hold them accountable.
Okay, we're going to go to online speakers. Sorry, Ismail, I didn't look at the name. Lupe Ross is on queue. Lupe, we're going to unmute you.
Oh.
We can hear you. Yes,
Okay,
please begin.
Thank you. My first question is, can we get a list of what are mandated programs that are supposed to be delivered while at the juvenile halls and at the camps? The majority of the CBOs in the community, there's no way for them to get this information, so there's no way for them to apply or offer their services or go to DYD. And we need some kind of path to follow as to what we can write on. My other thing is, all these, for the past 10 minutes or so, we've been talking about how the youth that were in trouble helped other people. This is what I've been saying for the longest time. We can't do anything at these juvenile halls until we control the violence. You're not going to get cooperation. You're not going to get staff to keep coming in because they're not capable of controlling the violence. We have to utilize the community and the intervention workers, the prevention workers, to come in and help probation with the control of the violence so we can get on with programming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Any other online commenters? Oh, call-in user number 11. You'll need to dial *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Oh, okay. Caller number 22, please dial *6 on your phone. What are the first few numbers of that phone number? Oh, it's okay.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Kiwan McKibbins. I was the first African American to obtain an associate's degree while incarcerated at Berry J Juvenile Hall. And these mentors were coming in while I was incarcerated, and they changed my life drastically. While I was incarcerated, I was pretty much a knucklehead, but when these people were coming in, it opened my eyes, it opened my vision, and I just changed. So now, currently, I'm 24. I've been out 2 years. I run a successful internet business. I started this program called the Finally Free program, which mentors people behind me who wants to gain financial freedom. My business is well over 6 figures this year already. So with this being said is what I learned inside was the best thing that ever happened to me. If I was never incarcerated, I wouldn't be in the position that I am now. And a lot of that has to do with those mentors coming in on the inside. So I really want to stress how important these community leaders coming in into these facilities are, because it changed my life drastically, and now I'm successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And we'll go to our final public commenter, which is Audrina. Oh, she's okay. All right. So we're done. Oh, did you say no?
Oh, does he want to speak? Oh, no.
I just wanted to say about the clearance policy itself that I do view a written policy as a good thing, right? Because everything now has been, up until this point, has been based on the subjective attitude of the person reviewing it. And, you might have one person one day that reviews it in one way, and then the person the next day reviews it in a different way. So I definitely don't want to negate how wonderful it would be to have a set policy that everyone understands, that we all agree on to the best degree possible. And from my understanding, and there's people in the room who can correct me, I don't believe that there is a policy in the state that is shared with the CBOs as well as the probation departments, where everyone knows exactly what the criteria is, and we're able to kind of operate within that, with that same shared understanding. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Commissioner Lewis.
Keep saying he's trying to call, and he said when he clicks 6, it says you can't unmute. It says push 3. I've been on since the PREA combo. So,
If you dial *6, we can unmute him. Call-in user number 11, we're going to open your line again. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me? Good afternoon, actually.
We sure can. Yes. Sorry about the
Okay,
technology.
thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. It happens. No, I just wanted to stress the importance of credible messengers. I, too, was also incarcerated in 2015 when I was 16 years old. In those times, it was a very hopeless time. We were all in adult court. It was just the beginning of, credible messengers coming in. And at that time, they just had an hour with us. But that 1 hour definitely made such a huge, significant impact in all the youth that were incarcerated. As the previous caller said, he was one of the first African Americans to get their associate's degree at Barry J. I was actually the one right before him to spearhead that program, but it definitely would not have been possible without the help and support of credible messengers that we were able to identify with. I also recently did a huge research project with a big foundation that was nationwide. 90% of the participants were from all across the country, all youth, about 20 of them, and they all said that credible messengers were the most impactful people of service within institutions as youth. And this was national research project. It will be coming out soon, so I'm sure you guys will see it. I just wanted to stress that because, it just goes on to say how significant these people are. In addition to that, the people that are coming in to provide this service, it's heartfelt, right? It's a passion of theirs to come in and provide a service to youth. Most of them are grown men that have spent, 10, 15, 20 years working on themselves, that can understand exactly where these youth are right now and how to best assist them so they don't end up, continuously down this down spiral of, criminality. So I appreciate you guys listening in, and I know my time is up. Thank you, guys.
Yes, Commissioner Lewis.
just 2 things. I'll be real brief because I know we're over. To the gentleman who asked about the victims, Healing Dialogues, which is one of the credible messenger programs, deals specifically with healing dialogues. They bring people who have experienced loss, violent crime with young people and adults, and sit down to help find healing. They advocate for survivors. We don't call them victims. They advocate for survivors. I can speak about this, but if you really want to know more, Javier created that group. Raise your hand, Javier. Adrian, so we do recognize
the survivors of violent crime. That's an important aspect of it, and we do advocate in conjunction with another organization called Californians for Safety and Justice. So we don't leave the survivors of violent crime out. We don't think that they should be diminished in any way. So definitely appreciate you bringing that up. Last thing I'll say is this, Chief, as you know, I verbally in writing, when you were the interim chief, definitely said, I support you and I still support you. And I said in an open forum that I did. I see the way that you're moving this department, and I agree. I agree with everything except for some of these, but that position remains. And I say it in an open forum because I want people to understand, like, I've watched probation go back and forth. I saw the halls when they were horrible. With that said, it may be hard for you to understand this piece, and I'll try to verbally convey it to you. When you go through what many of us went through, spending a lot of time in prison, going in when you were a kid, a young person, and then beginning to take accountability for what you did, there's shame, there's struggle, like there's so much that you have to try to figure out to make you, to help yourself become the best version of yourself. My mom didn't raise me to be a gangster, a dope dealer, a murderer. That's not what she meant for me to be. And I broke her heart and I hurt my community. One of the things that we do is we live in our amends. And what that means is when I sat in prison at the age of 19, I went in, I committed my crime at 17, ended up in prison by the time I was 18. At 19, at 20, I sat with my mom and I said, I want to figure out how to change this system. She said, why? I said, because I shouldn't be here. And she said, well, first you have to educate yourself, then you have to understand why you made those choices, because you're responsible for those things. And when I thought about that over years, 24 years in prison, I don't want another young person to go through what I went through or to do the things that I did. And that sits in my heart as it did when I was a 20-year-old, as it is as a 55-year-old now. So going in, people were asking for this because we lived through some stuff. I had mentors that taught me things like how to load a fully automatic, how to fix the springs in the clip, how to use a triple beam scale. I had all the great mentors for the gangster's life, but I never had doctors, lawyers, football players, or somebody saying that you're greater than these circumstances. You're greater than this gang. You're meant to be more than this. You can be an electrician. You can be an engineer. You can be a doctor. I didn't have those mentors. And when I look back at those times, wishing I did, those are the things that these men and women do. We're the pieces that we didn't have when we were teenagers. And that's why we advocate so strongly to be able to do this, because we lived through it and we don't want them to have to. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Okay, I just, a few questions. So it's my understanding that like up and down California, different counties have different clearance processes. So is this like, I don't know, like what is this list based on? Just your experience? Like what? How do we arrive at this list of 13?
Best judgment.
Okay. I guess that part of the problem with that is that it feels a little subjective. So I wonder, is there any sort of material or any sort of like streamlined, again, like peer reviewed, validated studies on like clearances and how we clear folks? Is there a space to have that discussion? Maybe not as an ad hoc committee, but like I see folks from OICR here who kind of are doing stuff up and down the state and who maybe have a sense of how different counties do it. And if there are lessons to be learned, I think there's a way to be proactive about this than just one's best judgment. And I'm not trying to minimize your experience. I know that you have been working within this system for a very long time, but just wondering if we can rely on other folks who might also have some thoughts on how to do this from like a community-oriented healing way.
That you mentioned earlier that there was actually input also, correct?
Yeah, no, I'm answering to ultimately how we arrived here. And of course, the OID had input. I think that's what you heard and had impact. They also
and it's too bad he's left now, but I think he explained that he shared this with various groups and received feedback. Of course, knowledgeable of other clearances that occur, not just in California, but in the other large systems in Florida and Massachusetts. All of that, plus personal experience, plus the current conditions that we have arrive here. Or I'll let you, if you have a further question, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm finished. Or was that it?
No, because I have comments with respect to what was said by folks.
Okay. And then what is the, so once the department gets the record that you said, sometimes there's a delay in, what is the timeline? So you get the, maybe you get someone's record in 1 week, maybe you get it in 3 months. Do you then notify the person that we have your complete application? We're now reviewing it. You should hear from us within 2 weeks. Like, what is the transparency or like communication process? Because what we heard at the last meeting was that some folks were waiting a year, some folks are waiting 11 months. They don't know where they're at in the process. So just wondering what that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's exactly factual, but what this will do is it will make a transparent system. In other words, one, you won't have to guess whether you're going to be cleared or not. So you already know whether you would be able to clear. That's different than right now. Right now, it's a guessing game. It depends on who reviews it. Secondly, we're going to have timeframes. 30 days to me is that timeframe. If you should receive a response within those 30 days, if in 30 days, for whatever reason, you have a hybrid and we don't, then we need to tell you, look, we're still waiting for X, Y, and Z. Of course, our expectation is that as soon as we receive it, the volume shouldn't be so high that we're not processing in real time. What has occurred before is that we've had backlogs and we've had to have folks resubmit because it was unclear what policy applied to them. And so that should be resolved by this.
And then is the clearance process the same, whether you're Department of Arts and Culture, whether you're DYD, whether you're LACO, whether you're probation?
Thank you for bringing that up because that's precisely what I intend to do with this. This is the criteria, period, irrespective of the source of the folks coming in. That has not been occurring. And so it is.
That's currently not the case.
Correct.
I don't have anything further.
Chief, you wanted to make a final statement?
I do. It's important to me that I really respect the folks that are doing this work. I believe you. I believe your sincerity, and we need you in this system. We can't do this. The healing that needs to take place, we can't do without you. I want to further explain how we arrive here. This isn't about any one program. Like we just mentioned before, I have to create a policy that applies to all of the folks. And so I just want to make that clear because I think we mostly heard from a single program that we believe this is going to impact. And I'm concerned over a couple of things. One of them is, I think everybody agrees there has to be a criteria. I haven't heard anybody give me feedback to say, I think registered sex offenders should be allowed in. No one has come up to me and said that. Most folks have said, look, I agree there needs to be a criteria. I know that I have a responsibility to the young people that we have. They are vulnerable, and the decisions I make affect their lives. The question now is on the details. We're down to just a few here that you have a different perspective because you believe it impacts the folks that you have. I take a slightly different view on it in that I'm more concerned about our system as a whole. Because if we're to the point where the only opportunity we have to invite folks to assist in the system is in juvenile hall, probation has a large system and prevention efforts. And I am concerned that we need to be a little bit more creative in making sure that we're not turning folks away that are useful and helpful to the young people we have, but we have a much larger population and we're concentrating on one alone. I also see it slightly backwards. I've been told now time and time again, if somebody is on community supervision and their current officer says they're doing well, that we should make an exception to let them in. I view it completely differently. What I hear is there may be a shortcoming in our system that doesn't acknowledge and doing an assessment of that person and saying, well, they're ready for early discharge. To me, that makes more sense. If you show me a person that has a job opportunity that no longer needs supervision, they're not in the middle of that journey, they're on the other side, then I think the efforts should be on recognizing that piece of it, rather because unfortunately, being ultimately responsible for the safety of the young people, and nobody knows better than this body where we stand in terms of how delicate that is in LA County. I cannot hand over the responsibility to vet the folks that are coming in to any one company. I can't do that. So while ARC, for example, may be very good at selecting the folks and knowing what's in their hearts, I don't have a way of handing off making that assessment to any one company that comes on. So what I need is a guide that sort of says these are the things that are an unacceptable risk. For example, someone who's a sex offender, someone who's been involved in human trafficking, someone who's, that's where I'm trying to draw the line. I will go back, having heard everything I have today, to see if the line is in the right place. But I invite to expand the conversation on some of those other areas, because the conversation has just been about what's happening in a juvenile hall or an SYTF. That is a minimum of the folks that I have under supervision that need mentoring and that need folks involved in their lives. And there may be some folks that are ready to help, but may not be appropriate at this point in their journey to go into juvenile hall because it would be an undue risk, but that we can invite to still have that role. I also want to talk about the supervision piece that I just said before. If we have evidence that they are further down the line, why are we continuing the supervision and imposing an undue? So I appreciate folks. I thank you for the work that you've been doing. And I'll take all of that back. Thank you.
That we have to adjourn because we lost quorum.
Much of this information is already out there too, like the prevention piece. In front of you, Chief, there's a picture. There are going to be 60 young people that are on probation. They're not here today because they're going river rafting with 12 credible messengers and other staff. Like so there are other things happening in the community. For supervision, CDCR has changed its requirements for parole from 5 years, 10 years. You can get off in a year now, but it's mandatory per penal code that you do a year. So there's no way to get off. And so even if you're doing well, you still have to do that mandatory 1 year.
I don't want, everybody needs to listen to this. I'm not a representative of CDCR or state parole. However, I'm going to challenge that there isn't an early discharge process that's available.
There isn't?
There is.
Sorry, yeah. Is there anyone here for general public comment? Well, we don't. We can't proceed. For those of you online, we have been informed that because we've lost quorum, we have been instructed we can't proceed, including with general public comment. My apologies. And to those of you who are here, I welcome you to come and talk to me and other folks, and we will get information out about our next meeting. Thank you, Chief, for joining.